Hey, this is Mike Long here, and I'm here with David Hood. David, are you there?
I'm here.
This is exciting. We're going to begin a webinar module here. Well, a module here, not a webinar module. We are shooting this in GoToMeeting. This current one, we're not shooting with picture-in-picture because we just really want to make sure to get a clean recording. We always experiment with different recording formats based on the situation. David, I've got pulled up. You can see my screen in front of you right now. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so I've got your January earnings report pulled up. Overall, you've made over $20,000 each in the last couple months. That's actually more money than almost any doctor makes. A very, very top-end doctor might make $25,000 per month. Now, a note for you: if you're going to become a doctor, go and be a plastic surgeon. By the way, because you're going to make twice as much money. But anyways, this isn't about that. The point is, you've had tremendous success, both with local client consulting and starting to get into your own products as well. So that's very exciting. This is from your January report. What we're gonna get into here is a very much a detailed look over your shoulder at how you're getting clients, how you're pricing things, what it looks like over your shoulder to have the kind of success that you're having. And we're gonna try to give folks a great degree of detail and reality to things. I think that's gonna be very exciting. This is actually a post from the Facebook group. You're very popular on the Facebook group. There's tons and tons of comments here. This is actually just the beginning of the comments. This was when it was just a few hours in, but it wound up being
7 hours
well over.
old.
Yeah, it was 7 hours old. It wound up being a tremendously popular thread. You've had a few very, very popular threads here, very active inside of the Facebook group, which is wonderful. I have an outline written up here for perspective style, law of implication style. The primary thing that we're going to try to do is looking at day job killer, money getting, over the shoulder. That's the kind of top level idea. One of the key things that we're going to really laser focus in on here is pricing, because so many people have questions on pricing, and that's such a detail. If we really get it straight, then so many things will actually fall in line. We're going to, whenever we're looking to kind of go step by step, we're going to start with the question of what do we need to get started. And then finally, we're going to get into lots of examples. So that's going to be really great. We're not going to necessarily accomplish this in one video or even two. It might take several. And David might shoot some videos on his own, but we're just going to begin with this video here. Now, I want to pull up an email I got just yesterday from Line. And Line is she's a project Xer from Norway. And she says, it's great that you're adding more videos on video creation, adding new stuff all the time, smiley face. If I can, I'd like to give a suggestion on something that would help me a lot. I don't feel like I quite have oversight as to how the local client job will look like. Maybe a total step-by-step case study with a client when it comes to actual work that you'll do for them would be very helpful. I have seen very many of your good videos on how to get customers. And of course, there's a lot of training on how this is all done with private blog networks and so on. But I thought it would be so much easier to understand if I can see how you do the work for the customer, do a real case study for a customer X in a chosen niche from A to Z. I know that probably would be a lot of work you do not have time for, but maybe put up the step-by-step plan and put videos that you already have that could be an idea. Just to give me a good overview for the process, just my thoughts. I wanted to throw that out there in case that's something that you would consider. Thanks so much for letting me the Spring Group. Have a great day. This is Line. Line's from Norway. So Line, I think that this is a great suggestion. Your intuition that it would be difficult or even impossible for us to show something like this step by step really is true. But we can do something even better is basically the punchline. To give you an idea of what would happen if we were truly going to go step by step with a client, then what we would do is we would make a documentary, like a documentary movie. And then that would be very boring. And it would just be mind-numbingly boring in the sense that there would be all kinds of details that were irrelevant that would be included. And any way that we edited it would be a little bit nonsensical because there would be important moments that didn't look very interesting. There would be lots of unimportant moments that would look very interesting. And the whole thing would be a bit of a mess. That doesn't mean that you didn't make a fantastic suggestion. I think the heart of what you're saying here right now is so terrific, and that's one of the reasons why we're kicking off this series with David with your letter in mind. So I appreciate that. We always look at our emails, questions from our members so often. OMG is a city on a hill, and so often, these suggestions really, really help us. So David and I have actually been working underground behind the scenes on this module for going on 2 months now. And a lot of preparation has gone into it, and we're now ready to start scratching the surface, to start beginning. And I really felt like Line's email really kicked things off correctly, because I realized inside of OMG, if you already have a product that's set, let's say that you're doing affiliate marketing like Greg is doing with KLKS, or like we're doing when we're selling gold, when there's already a set product and a set affiliate program, and there's not really any interaction on that end other than putting affiliate links up and then ultimately collecting paychecks from that affiliate, or so from the vendor. Let's say that there's a ClickBank product out there like Venus Factor, and me and David Hood here joined forces, and we put together a blog to rank for various health and fitness keywords, and we get ranked #1 for some stuff, and we stick our Venus Factor affiliate link on there, and then of course some visitors get to that site and they click, and some of them buy, some of them don't, and then eventually we just get ClickBank paychecks. Well, we can really show that over our shoulder, and we've done that inside of OMG incredibly well. We've done that in a number of ways, and I think that's people really feel like they know what affiliate marketing looks over our shoulders. What we want to do is have the same overall effect when it comes to day job killer local client consulting, but there's more moving parts. It's not even so much moving parts. There's other human beings, other individuals that are involved. Those individuals' expectations. For example, David, you and I were talking about this when we were doing one of our pre-phone calls just a few minutes ago to get ready for this event, and I pointed out how depending on the expectations that you set up for your clients, one client might call you once a month, one client might call you every 15 minutes, depending on how clear you are with the expectations of the job and what's going to be going on. So there's some things that we can do to head off people having just expectations that are going to violate their sensibilities, make them feel wronged or something like that. For example, if we're too vague, then we can wind up in a situation where a client expects a lot more out of us, or we might be delivering something that's extremely valuable to the client, and they may not realize the value of that thing that we're adding in. So we want to really do a great job, not just with, and I'm going to kind of put this down under pricing. We're going to worry about our actual value, the key here. We also have to worry about perceived value. I'm going to expand this just a little bit so it fills out a little bit better. And that's going to be the heart of things. David, if we're going to rank a video for a client, but we don't tell them that we're going to rank a video for them, then we can't just come around later on and expect them to be impressed. And actually, for all we know, they might be upset. They might just say, well, I don't want that video ranked, or why are you doing that? Why aren't you doing something different? We might think that that's ridiculous
so
for them. But it's really true. Like, that's their personal property, and we need to treat that with respect.
That's so true. I completely agree. If you don't set it up right, then they're going to see that and go, oh, okay, and then move on. Like, they're not going to care.
Now,
or, like you said, it's possible, especially if it's one of their videos, they might not want it ranked.
Yeah.
And there's been some weird situations where people are very touchy about their business, and it's their baby, and so they want it done, even if it's sending them business. They want it done right.
They do. It's something to kind of point out, and we're going to get. This is a bit more of an overview video, so we're going to capture a bit of a getting started here, and then we'll probably film the whole series, and then we'll go back to the very beginning and film a final overview video. But what we want to do is we want to really realize that the core of client getting is that we're essentially making up our own affiliate program. We're essentially making up a program where we're selling stuff for other people, and instead of them having an affiliate program on ClickBank, an affiliate program is where somebody decides they're going to set things up so other people can sell their goods and services in a very systematic fashion, something like on clickbank.com, where somebody can then just log into their ClickBank account, get their affiliate link, paste it on their website, and then have things just be tracked where you put a link on your website. For example, if I pull up Greg's, one of Greg's Regal websites, if I go to Gold IRA, then this is a tremendously successful website. It's $1 million in sales website. When somebody clicks in on this website that Greg ranked and he works on with Doug and with Martin, then somebody goes to this website and they have the opportunity to scroll down the page, to read all this great text here, to scroll down the page and enter, ultimately, hopefully, enter their name, email address, and phone number. And this is tracked. This is tracked because Regal Assets has an extraordinary affiliate program. And then we're going to be able to make money from, every time somebody makes a gold purchase. We also just make money for every person who just enters their name and email address and phone number, every qualified lead. We're going to make money from that. So that's great. But the thing is, your local chiropractor probably doesn't have an affiliate program set up, yet we'd love to do business with them. So part of the value, part of what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be setting up the whole business of it, the whole way that we're going to be bringing them money, that they're going to be paying us money. This isn't a foreign concept. It's not an alien concept to them because they've already dealt with the yellow pages. They've already gotten called and contacted. They already know that they want to dominate page one of Google. But that's the core thing that we're going to be trying to do is we're going to try to set up an arrangement with that customer, with a chiropractor, with a carpet cleaner, with a doctor in our local area. And we are going to perform some service for them, and they are going to pay us money. And we're going to want to keep in mind actual value and perceived value. So,
Mike, I want to bring up two important points that are directly related to what you said. The positive and the negative, the economics of the difference between doing like an affiliate marketing versus like a day job killer client consulting. Most of the client consulting deals are where they pay you up front. And so with an affiliate website, it might take, even 2 months, 3 months, sometimes 6 months to rank it and start providing income. Well, with part of the reason why I think you call it day job killer client consulting is because I can go out there, start this, and in 1 week I can have 2 new clients for $3,000 a piece or $2,000 a piece, and they're paying me right away before I even do any work. So there's the risk is very much, instead of being on me, let's say I start an affiliate site and it gets penalized at 3 months. I put a lot of money into it and time and nothing, and I didn't get anything back out of it, right? And so that's a really, really big advantage that day job killer client consulting has over it. On the flip side, though, with you also don't share as much on the upside. If you got the affiliate marketing thing, as much traffic as you can get, it's going to scale up to maybe $10,000 a month, maybe $20,000 a month. But with a client, you don't share in that upside. They're taking on the risk, but at the same time, you're able to get the cash flow into your business very quickly. That's not the only structure of the deals, but that's the most common deal that gets people out of their day jobs as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and you can, and David's right, because you can reshape the deal, or you can even begin with a deal where you're getting paid per lead with this client, or getting paid per some percentage of the business. Some people work that out, but then ultimately, whatever the system you set up is, the system you set up. And what you can't really do with an affiliate program is you can't say, hey, listen, pay me a bunch of money up front, and I'll go ahead and rank some sites for you. That's very rare. Sometimes you can if you already have a reputation, but it's overwhelmingly normal in the for me to go to a dentist and say, hey, would you like me to do a website design for you, and then start ranking that website. Right just today as we're doing this, if I go to the Facebook group, I think that there's a couple posts in here of people who are making. So this is. What's this? This is Dave. You just scroll down here a little bit.
There was one guy who just quit his job like this week.
Who?
Brian Hassler.
Brian quit his job this week?
Well, I think he said he gave his notice. I think on Sunday he made a post.
Man, I got to write that down.
He was going to give his notice on Monday.
I saw an earnings report from Brian, and I was really excited about it. I didn't realize he quit his day job. This is Dwayne Armstrong. This came in 19 hours ago. This is Dwayne's first $7,800. I point out that's about as much money as a doctor will make on the low end. This is his first monthly paycheck, $7,800. So exciting. So that happened 19 hours ago. There's another one here. Here's Dan Sheehan, $7,200 for a website, plus $1,000 to $2,000 per month for SEO. This is back to back, bing, bing. This was 8 hours ago. And then like David just pointed out, Brian Hassler just quit his day job. So this is really popping. this is really an incredible, vital way of money getting. And I want you to realize that, and a big part of this is because so many SEO agencies right now are just, they're running for the hills. They're going out of business, and that just makes it into an extraordinary opportunity. There's just never been a better time to get into client consulting, because there's so much awareness.
One crushed a lot of people. There's a lot of people who got crushed by Penny 2.1. It's kind of a wasteland out there. I feel like, especially with Greg's, with Project X, it's sort of like I don't really look at the competition very much anymore. And it's just because I feel like if I really want to, I can beat just about anybody. Yeah,
I agree with that.
Greg, you know, maybe then. But even then, it's just like it's such a small percentage it's not even worth looking at. And all the people who are really good are hiding what they're doing anyways.
Yeah.
So it's just but the point is that there's a wasteland out there. I was checking a lot of the big searches to see, you know, on a regular basis, okay, who's ranking, and then after Penguin 2.1, the landscape just completely changed.
Yeah, it's funny. Me and Jimmy Kelly were just talking the other night, because me, Jimmy, Greg, and David are going after some mass market CPA terms, and we just laugh and laugh and laugh. I mean, it's like we're competing with clowns. And look, I'm not saying those people are clowns. I'm just saying that what they wind up doing is just very clownish. So there's a lot of opportunity out there. We want to dive right into this. So what we're going to try to do as much as possible is to give you a mental picture of what the business of this looks like. And we're going to try to take a few different angles on this. We always try to be a little bit like Neo in the Matrix, jacking in. There's some things that David does that I really am looking forward to sharing them with you. Some very smart things that David does in terms of setting up expectations with his clients. One of the things that David does is very often makes custom videos up for his clients, walking them through. And you can see something similar to this inside of your city SEO area, inside of Project X. I'll just log into that really quick.
Yeah, you can just go to Greg's. Basically what I did is I copied Greg's method for when he says how he analyzes domains. I kind of took that and twisted it a little bit, and basically that's when I started making it. And immediately, everyone I send that to loves it. And I do that for every single one.
And we're going to get examples from you on that, which is just going to be tremendous. It's just going to be tremendous. Yeah, so this is in your city SEO section. You'll actually see a proposal video from me somewhere in here. Let's see where that proposal video is. So this is Greg doing analysis right here. And I think that where's my proposal video? I think I have a proposal video in here. I'm not positive now that I mention it. If I don't, I should add that proposal video. Oh, I have a download of it, I think. Yep. Click through here to download the pre-sale video promise in this $500 sale. So this is very similar to what David will show you. It's a picture-in-picture video of me going through the opportunities and so forth, and David will show you how we do that. But one of the great things about having that encapsulated in a video is we can point the customer back to it, not as an I gotcha, but as in, you know, really trying to get the expectations set up correctly. Because people really do tend to stick, you know, once an expectation is set up correctly, people do tend to stick to it and do a much better job with it.
I love doing my sales videos that way. Before, when I first started doing local client consulting, I did sales meetings where I went to people and had a presentation. And there are several huge advantages over this. It's more time efficient because I don't have to meet most of my clients. I'd say 80% of my clients I've never met in person. I've talked on the phone with them and I've sent them the videos. Not only that, but I can speak unabated and they can look at it at their own pace. The plastic surgeon, I sent a 45-minute video. This is a very busy person. And he watched it over the course of one day between patients. Okay, so and then the level of detail that I'm able to show and with my screen, they're super impressed. Everyone loves these videos. No one else is doing this to them. And it's really, like you said, the red carpet. It's kind of like rolling the red carpet out for them. They feel really privileged that I spent 45 minutes, or it's not usually that long. It's usually between 15 and 30 minutes that I spent that long just with them. Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to highlight this a little bit. Yeah, this over-the-shoulder approach that we're talking about is really effective. So, okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to focus on this over-the-shoulder approach for getting clients. We're going to get in detail on pricing. And what I want to do now is get the idea of what people need to get started. So, David, I take it all away from you. You lose everything. You are starting over. Your family is kidnapped by Martians. But they're safe. But they're safe and happy. They're safe and happy. Don't worry.
Oh, okay, okay.
Me, Greg, we're all kidnapped by Martians. Well, or sorry, you still have your membership area and can, even though Greg is on Mars, you can still get coaching from him or whatever.
Right.
So we're all kidnapped by Martians. Your bank account's cleaned out, left with maybe a couple $1,000, and somebody drops you off in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and I don't know where Oshkosh, Wisconsin is, or if that's even really a city. I feel like somewhere in the back of my head that it is. So you get dropped off in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, with a laptop, with a you have your cell phone, a laptop, you have a few $100 to invest in your private blog network, or even zero. We can even look at a situation where you have zero to invest, literally zero, where you have to start turning things, and then we could even literally be living in a hostel or something like that, and going to Starbucks to do your work.
What would I do?
Really stripped down. What would you need to get started? So you've got that laptop, all right? We know you need that. You're going to need some sort of a computer, access to a computer. You're going to need some sort of an access to an internet connection. But let's try not to take almost anything for granted. What's going to happen next? What's going to go on? So let's really try to walk through this in painstaking detail. So you're in, and then we can come back out of things and bring things back into the real world. Use examples of clients that you have, plastic surgeons, or people with a coffee shop, or whatever it is that you have. So let's get into detail on this. What's step one? So you're in Oshkosh.
So step one is,
and let me just kind of detail what you have, what resources you have, so we don't assume anything here.
Okay.
So you've got your laptop, you've got your cell phone, you've got let's make it a smartphone so you can show client stuff on your phone if you meet them. You got a laptop, you got a smartphone, you've got a credit card. Let's just say zero. Let's say you don't have anything.
Even a credit card?
What do you need a credit card for?
Well, I'm just saying there's a couple of things that if you can spend a little bit of money that will go a long way. But if you have zero, you can do. We'll start.
Yeah, we'll start with zero, and then we'll start with like $1,000. So scenario one, you're going to start with zero.
Right. Why don't we start with that, and then we'll see where we go from there. So
we'll start.
I have no money. Well, the first thing I do, and this has nothing to do with internet marketing, but the first thing I do is I have to relook at my goals and what my intentions are, and that's going to keep me motivated. It's also going to help me map it out, be able to visualize the whole process in my mind. So I have $0. I want to know what I need to do and what my goals are. So let's say, I need to get, it's not just I want to get money. I want to get out of this crappy hostel, and I want to get into a house. Or not a house, or just an apartment that costs $500 a month. And then I want some money so that I can start investing in my business.
And weirdly, this doesn't seem overwhelming to you, does it?
No, I think I would be. The biggest thing is.
I'm not saying you'd be happy about it. I'm just saying it's just not.
No, it doesn't.
And in a sense, I almost think it's kind of a fun exercise. Like outside of the thought that you have other things that you want to do with your wife, that you'd miss your wife, that you miss, your friends and stuff. But outside of that, it's kind of a fun. Like if this was a TV show, it'd be pretty fun, right? Yeah,
no, I totally agree. It's fun, and I imagine if I were put in that situation, every second wouldn't be fun. But I look at it as a challenge. And it would just,
I would like to point out that every second might be fun. I really want to point this out, because ultimately the weird thing is, as we dice things up, I think that we're going to find that a lot of your success really was this. A lot of the bells and whistles that are around you, a lot of things that you could invest in, weren't necessarily all that critical to your success. Let's say you're from a simple point of view, let's say you're shooting a picture-in-picture video for a potential client to show them what you can do for them. Then did you need to have your nice-looking office behind you? Well, you could have shot it outside from a patio at Starbucks, and you could have just said, hey, I'm at Starbucks. It actually turns out I can do this anywhere in the world. It's a beautiful day. So I thought I'd shoot this video for you here. I mean, it's probably not going to kill the deal, and it's just as likely to put the deal over the top as it is to kill the deal. So it's no big deal.
Yeah, it's neither here nor there. It's not really that important. But I want to address something you said, which is that
please.
I remember there's something that Jim Rohn has said, and I think that other people have repeated it, but it's basically like if someone once you make the $1 million, let's say you're trying to become a millionaire. Once you become a millionaire, it's the most valuable thing you have isn't the $1 million.
It's the understanding,
experience and understanding of how to make that. You take it all away, you can just do it right again.
Yeah, and I think that you feel like I think that one of the things that gives you swagger in life, that gives you because you actually were really you were in a situation like this. You were in a free fall when you joined NHB. You were in a financial free fall.
I joined like late in November of 2012, and I was out of money in early January. I had $0. I had like maybe.
So you really did have $0. Like you may have been borrowing money. You were basically borrowing.
My wife was working extra time, and that's she was helping me.
So you basically had a sugar mama.
Sort of, but it was unsustainable. Yeah,
of course I'm joking. Of course I'm joking when I say it that way. Yeah, but didn't you have a baby on the way at that point, or not quite yet?
I had at the time I have a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old now, and he was 1 year old, and I had a 4-year-old, and so it was and my wife really is stressed about money, and so she really is very security conscious. So I mean, I had no money. No, to be fair, like I wasn't on the street, and it's not like I didn't have food to eat. But it was like she was like, get a job. I have a master's degree,
and you were in an unsustainable situation.
Definitely.
But your master's degree, and I don't believe that your master's degree helped you one lick.
Yeah, I don't think so. I didn't really promote it, and I don't think so either. I mean, I'm not unhappy that I got it.
I would be.
It gives me a lot of debt. I try not to regret what I've done.
Okay, well, I don't want you to run around in. All right. Well, anyways, so let's get to it. All right. So now you're at $0. Yeah. Okay, great.
The first thing I do is the first thing I do is I set goals for myself, and I make them specific and aggressive, and this will help guide me. So let's say it's the first of the month. I'm going to set a goal for money that I need to make per month, and I'm going to give myself reasons why. Okay, I want an apartment. Okay. I need a car. I want, stuff like that. I want a better computer. My laptop is 5 years old or whatever. And then I'm going to take that and go, okay, how many clients does that approximately need? Okay, how many? And then so that's going to give me an idea. Okay, well, if I need 4 clients at $1,000 a month or something like that, just, you're not going to know exactly because each client is different. But then that means I'm going to try to get 1 client a week. And so I'm really going to, that means I need to contact, let's say, 5 clients a day, and these are numbers that you're going to have to adjust as you go along. The point of it isn't to be precise. The point of it is to give me the motivation and the understanding and to see the path. And so day to day, when I run into the inevitable roadblocks that everyone runs into, I'm going to not quit on the task and maybe move on to another task that's less challenging. I'm going to punch through that task and get it done. Okay. So I mean, if I have $0,
what are we going to shoot for? Like $5,000 a month from Jump Street?
That's fine. That's
about what you jumped to. I'd say that you got to that within 60 days. Is that about right?
Let me pull up my earnings real quick. It was higher than that. Like I went in March. Do you want me to share your screen? Do you want to show? No. I'll just tell you right now. I remember.
Oh, okay. Being secretive now, are we?
It was about Well, I just got some other notes up. It's fine.
I'm just kidding.
In January, I think I was about $1,000 maybe, and then in February it was like $2,000, and then in March it was like $13,000.
Okay, so what happened? What happened in January to get that $1,000?
It was like old deals and just small little. I think I did a little bit of consulting and just some small deals here and there that weren't really like. It's just some old deals that I had made. It wasn't really good. I don't remember actually. I don't have as good a notes before March.
Yeah,
it's maybe part of the reason. So, yeah, I mean, if let's say I don't because my goals were higher because I had kids.
Right.
And so
let's adjust up to $10,000.
That was my goal. $10,000 a month.
So we'll adjust up to $10,000 a month. Now, I want to make a critical point here. If you are brand new to this, if a lot of the nomenclature that we're using here is, if we mention PBN and you're like, what was a PBN again? It means private blog network. That's your rankings Death Star. If we're saying some things right here, if you're straight fresh, you're probably going to need 30 to 60 days just to orient yourself, and that's good. There's no problem with that. But start thinking about getting this $10,000 a month kind of 60 days after you're oriented. If you put yourself first of all, I try not to put myself on the clock period. So long as I have, my peanut butter and my loaf of bread, as much as possible, I try not to put myself on the clock. It's just a simple law of implication thing. You can go to law of implication and go through that, and David will explain why. David Mills will explain why. But there's nothing wrong with shooting for $10,000 a month. Just don't beat yourself up over not getting there, and really build in some extra time if you're brand new. Okay, so now we know we're going for $10,000 a month. Let's just boil things down to that. So we know that we're looking for $10,000.
So I got my goal, and now it's got something that's motivating me, and it's going to get me through some of the tough spots at a minimum, and it's going to make me do the things that I don't really want to do. So I mean, if I have $0, and I know no one wants to hear this, I'd probably cold call, and it's hard. It's hard and it's stressful, but it's not as bad as
now. I want to give you another resource because you're in Project X, and see if this helps you a little bit. You can show Nashville SEO, and you can show water damage St. George. So let's pull those up so people can see that. Let's see.
Yeah, you could say, hey, this is my mentor. He's number 1 and number 2 for Nashville SEO. Number 3.
Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Actually, get it right.
Right.
And then we're also
number 7.
I haven't checked
that in a while.
We're number 7, and then number 10, and then we got some more stuff.
Give the other guys a break. Come on.
No breaks for them. No breaks for them.
Yeah. Domination. No mercy.
Yeah, no mercy.
So
you've got that, and you've got also water damage. St. George. And you don't even have to say this is my mentor. You can just say I'm part of a program. These are some of the I'm part of a you can say I'm part of a company. Whatever you feel comfortable with, because you have the training to do this. So I'm comfortable with you using this as an example of what you can do. This is the Serve Pro that Jimmy Kelly did, where he's ranked number 1, number 2, number 3, number 1 in the local, and then number 4 for the YouTube video, number 5 local book, 6 for their website, super pages, all that kind of stuff. Total page 1 domination. So you can show off these page 1 domination, and you can say, I'm part of a company. I'm part of an organization. You can even say part of an organization. Part of a company, part of an organization, and I can do this for you. Me and my partners can do this for you. That's fine, because we'll give you the training to do it. So I have absolutely no problem with that. All right, go ahead, David. So does that help a little bit?
Yeah, that helps a lot, and that it ties back into what I'm going to say in a little bit. But I would cold call, and the purpose of the call isn't to necessarily make a sale right there. It's just to get them to agree that they want you to try to see if you can help them.
You're basically trying to get them to agree to view this presentation. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yeah, you want them to be, because you could, if you wanted to, and you could have some success with this. You could find people on Facebook, LinkedIn, and their email addresses, and you could just make a video for someone and really just try to get to them as much as possible. Send them several emails. I haven't personally done that, and I would definitely try that. And here's the thing: I wouldn't do just one thing. I'm gonna hit this from 5 different angles, and this is just one of them that I would do. And I know from experience and from what a lot of people told me, which is that you just cold calling is just an effective way to do it. It's just, if you need business today, it's going to be the best. Yeah, you talk to people you run into. You can just walk by business that you know and just start talking to people. Yeah. And just, you're not trying to sell. Here's the big mental perspective. Even though you're kind of desperate, you can't act desperate, but you're trying to help people. And if you really don't think you can help them, don't tell them that, and don't help them. Don't try to get their money. And what'll happen is, the way you talk to people who you genuinely can help, you can be much more enthusiastic and much more emphatic, and they'll pick up on that, and it'll make it a lot easier to sell with them.
So let's start talking about this cold calling. So it's day 1. Right now it's March 13th. So let's say it's April 1st, 2014. Right now you're sitting at a Starbucks in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. You've got your laptop there. You're on Starbucks internet. You've got your phone. Who are you calling? And what are you saying? So we can even do a little role playing. I can be the people that you call.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to go to Google and I'm going to type. Let's say I want a dentist.
Do you want to show your screen? Why don't we show your screen at this point?
Hold on. Let me pull some things.
Maybe you should have thought of that to begin with.
I'm trying
David and I clown around a little bit, just a little bit.
I don't care. I'm not trying to hide anything. It's just personal information that I kind of have a bunch of windows up.
Dave is actually secretly the other owner of Facebook. He hasn't put this out there.
You're not supposed to tell people. Okay, go ahead. You can pull my screen up.
Okay, great.
Show my screen.
All right, so we'll click over to go to webinar here, go to meeting, and we are going to show Dallas SEO Geek. Make presenter.
Okay, tell me when you can see my screen.
I can see your screen.
Okay, so I mean, I live in Plano right now, so let's just do dentist Plano. Let's say I want to try a dentist, and I'll try.
So are you like filibustering like you're off this Oshkosh, Wisconsin example? It's got to be Plano.
I want to need an actual city.
Isn't Oshkosh a real city? I really think it is.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. No worries. Cities. Let's find population.
Okay, so you're going to list the cities in Wisconsin.
Milwaukee. So is there an actual Oshkosh? Oh, there is.
I think
we're going to do Oshkosh.
See, I told you, Oshkosh. You didn't believe me.
I thought you were making it up.
Very well could have been.
First, let's look at one thing. Let's see if there's a bigger city that's closer. Okay, so it's University of Wisconsin.
Oh, so Oshkosh must be near Madison then, I think. No.
So Green Bay.
Actually, I have no idea what I'm talking about. So there's Green Bay.
How far is this?
Oshkosh,
Wisconsin to Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Yeah, and we're just getting like a little bit of ideas here. So it's 50 miles away.
So it's an hour away, and how much bigger is it? Green Bay has 100,000 people, and Oshkosh has 66. Hey, that's
Tell you what, you could start ranking videos pretty fast for
yeah,
Oshkosh
that's one thing
SEO,
I was going to talk about. Where's Milwaukee? How far away is Milwaukee?
It can't be that far away, right? I don't know. There it is. It's just south. It's like an hour and a half south.
Yeah, I might target Milwaukee, but you know, there's positives and negatives to that. There's more people.
There's a lot of people in more. And look at Madison. Madison's huge. 233,000.
Right.
It's almost as big as
Madison's
Nashville.
Right here. So we can do any of these cities.
So I would say that whole triangle area is fair game.
Yeah, even all the way up to Green Bay. I would try them all, and I would see which ones got me the best results. So this is going to be more competitive, but there's more people here and more potential for business. So
and there's nothing with Oshkosh as well. You can definitely target Oshkosh. All right,
let's just do.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's just start with Oshkosh because I'd rather do it where I'm at, and because it's just an efficiency. I'm going to go here. I'm going to do Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Okay, and I'm going to look at who's bidding on the pay-per-click, and I'm going to see. Okay, firstinsmiles.com. Oh wait, for some reason it still has me in Plano. Here's what I need to do. Hold on. I need to clear my cache. Sorry about this.
What are you surfing in right now?
Opera.
I didn't even know they still had Opera.
I only use it for like surfing. To look for rankings because I don't want to do it in my own. Okay, let's try this again.
Okay.
Just Oshkosh, Wisconsin. I'm trying to get those ads away. Yeah, see, it still knows that I've been in Plano. It just makes a little. Let's presume that some of these are not.
You go into Google Incognito. Will that clear it?
I don't know. I don't know about Google Incognito. Where's that? Is it up
do
here?
you have Google Chrome?
I do have Google Chrome.
Go to Google Chrome and open up an incognito window.
Dentist.
Okay. No. Did you open up an incognito window? You have to go to those.
Yeah, right here. You see it?
4 lines. Okay, great.
Right
yeah.
here?
Yep. So he clicked on the 4 lines that are over to the right in this upper right-hand corner, and then you can open up an incognito window. Okay, so great.
I just press Control-Shift-N, and it opens up an incognito window. A little bit faster way to do it. Let's see if this works. Nah, it's still giving me 972 for whatever reason. I think it still knows my IP address. So
yeah,
let's just use this. It doesn't matter. So we still have one right here.
All right. Well, we did a fine job. Let's just jump over to Plano, Texas, because otherwise things are going to get kind of screwed up in this.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Weirdly enough, I think it was still valuable for us to look at Oshkosh, Wisconsin, because you saw the beginning thinking behind things.
Right. I live in Plano. It's actually a really big suburb. It's got like 250,000 people. But now all these will be.
So Plano is about the size of Madison, Wisconsin, which is a small university town. Let's look at Plano. Let's look at Plano on the map, much like we just looked at the Wisconsin map.
It's going to be very different. But that's good. That's good to kind of look at, because the location you end up picking, it matters to understanding your terrain.
Yeah, you want to understand the nearby cities, because that can be a big selling point. So we've got Plano, Garland, Mesquite, Dallas, Fort Worth, of course.
McKinley, and that's why selling to your own backyard is usually a lot easier, because you're going to understand different dynamics. See, I would never sell to people down here, because South Dallas it's just not as profitable, if you will, just for lack of a better term. And I also know that Plano is a really good suburb, and McKinney, and then Frisco's not on the map, but Frisco's another big suburb that they're all nice suburbs, that are good, that have big populations.
Do you want to open up that Google or the Wikipedia thing, the largest cities in Wisconsin, so we can see what some of the size, or why don't you type in largest Dallas suburbs or something like that, and see if we can get a list of the.
I've done this before, so I'm very much aware. I've done this, definitely. You go here. Let's see. Suburbs. Oh, there's a list somewhere. Let me know if you see it.
And this is a lot of what we wind up doing in Google. This is one of the values that you provide, is just having an awareness for how big these cities are. People want to know this stuff.
Let's try this again and see if there's better. I've seen this before. It was easier to find before.
Probably hiding it from you.
Sure. DFW stands for Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. This is probably, yeah, here we go. Okay, so this is what I've seen before. So you got Dallas, you got Fort Worth.
Wow, Fort Worth is massive. Look at that.
Yeah, it's a different city. That's why it's called like the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex.
Yeah,
so you have Dallas here, and then you have Fort Worth.
Right.
And it's a city, and Dallas is a big city, and there's a ton of suburbs. The Metroplex is really big. So, as far as suburbs go, these are cities.
Plano's huge. Right. Garland, Irving. And really, just so everybody knows, like a city of 10,000, to people living in that city, that's the city that it is. So ranking in that city matters. I mean, we were in Charlottesville, and you get rankings for Charlottesville, and you get phone calls. So
there's still going to be dentists there. There's still going to be chiropractors.
Yeah, 10,000 to 80,000, like all that stuff, really particularly works.
Yeah. I mean, I would try to get something over 100,000 if I could. Just
a lot of times you can't, though. I don't know. I'm killing it in Franklin, and Franklin's like 50,000, 60,000. So don't be afraid of it.
People.
Yeah,
I agree. Okay, so dentist plan. Let's go back to here. Do you think we covered that well enough, Mike?
Yeah, I think that was good.
Okay. So,
and a lot of what we're doing is we're getting a bit of a background. Actually, let's look back at that map. So one of the things is, if we're focusing on Plano, then we understand that McKinney and Garland are going to be Richardson. Because one of the things is, if we're talking to a Plano dentist, we can say, well, listen, do you want to also get people from Garland and Richardson? They might say yes, Richardson, no Garland.
Yeah. Okay.
So keep that in mind. It's just going to make you sound smart, and if they go for it, then you can charge them more.
Yeah, that's important to understand and look at the map. I agree. And it just And
if you start saying, if you're in Plano and you start saying you want Fort Worth, well, that doesn't make sense. Fort Worth is a long way away.
Also, each niche has different kind of pain points and selling points that they work on. So if you understand and you think you can sell to dentists, no reason you can't sell one in McKinney.
Yeah, well, what's interesting is a dentist that's going to be filling cavities and dealing with tooth pain. You're really just going to be dealing with Plano and really close by cities. If you're dealing with somebody who's like a high-end cosmetic surgeon who's really going to do, there are things that you can do where they completely replace your teeth, basically, with, I don't even know what they are.
Veneers.
Veneers, right?
Those are like $20,000.
They're like $20,000. So the top gun at that, you could be hitting, all the entire DFW area. And so be aware of that sensibility of where people would be shopping around more.
Or like a roofer or like a plumber. Like roofers will drive like 100 miles for like a roof. I mean, they'll drive really far. And so roofers are pretty good, especially because they make a lot of money per.
Yeah, the bigger the job, the wider the area is probably the simple rule of thumb.
So you don't have to pick your backyard. I recommend you try that first, and if it doesn't work, go somewhere else.
And again, if you're far away from a city, then just pick your closest city, and just be like, yeah, that's my city, that's the city I specialize in, and then that's fine. Okay, so we're figuring out who to cold call here.
All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and can I assume that I have I'm going to go to hold on, let me pull up. This is one of my favorite tools, and if you don't have a paid subscription to this, I think you can still see a little bit.
SEMrush, yeah, you can use SEMrush, and you can also use.
You could do this manually. I'm just doing it using this as a shortcut to see, okay, are they ranking for something? So organically, it's saying they're ranking #1 for Plano dentists. So I'm not going to target someone who's already ranked #1. Let's try Plano dentists and see if they're actually dentists. Yeah. Okay. So this is not a good person to target for SEO. Let's look at Willow Bend Dental. So really, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find someone who's bidding on pay-per-click, but that's not ranking organically. Okay, this is good. One organic, and it's their own brand, so they should rank for that. Although it gets searched 590 times a month, so that makes me curious as to
how's that
like
possible?
what kind of that doesn't make any sense. Why is it getting? Maybe it's because they're doing a ton of other marketing. That would be one thing I would think of.
Yeah. Okay, well they care about this stuff. That's good.
Yeah, no, that's a good sign, and they're not ranking. And here's the other thing that SEMrush does that's really good is you can see their history.
Yeah, I want to contact these people right now. I'm getting kind of. Don't you?
Yeah,
aren't you getting the same feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking for a dentist for a while.
Because part of what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give you mine and David Hood's here. I want you to have as you're watching this video, I want you to enjoy our deeper assumptions. Because we're looking at this, I'm starting to salivate. Like my wallet's starting to ache. Like I'm looking at this website and I'm thinking, this guy spent a lot of money on their marketing. They're spending a lot of money on pay-per-clicks right now. And I bet I can get a lot of money out of them, is what I'm thinking.
This is weird. Dentist Santa. There might be something weird going on here. Dentist San Jose, California. Why is
it might be a franchise?
Their pay-per-click is set up weird. Yeah, it's probably some sort of franchise, but still, that's not a bad thing.
Well, type in Willow Bend Dental, and it's good. It's good for you to have this. You might say to yourself, "Well, why is this relevant?" You want to know something about your clients. One of the things,
yes,
my ex-wife was trying to get a job a few years back at a prestigious New York club and doing marketing for them, and she asked me, what should I do? And I said, look at their backlinks. And she's like, why? And I said, look at who's talking about them, and you're going to go into the marketing meeting, the meeting with your potential boss, and you're going to look like a genius, like you really know what's going on. And she did. She looked like a complete genius. She got it. It was a 6-figure a year job.
Prepared. Don't walk into their don't waste their time. If you have to ask them questions that you could have found yourself.
Yeah, think about it this way. A little bit of a side, a little tangential example. If you're meeting a guy or meeting a girl, let's say on Match.com or something like that, either just keep it very generic and say, hi, my name is Mike. But if you're going to say something to them, say something about them. Don't just be like, you're pretty. I don't know. Like, it just doesn't make sense, right? Like you just have to have some, something has to relate to who they are.
We've already done more research than most people who are contacting them will do. And we're going to do a whole lot more.
And I really want you to notice that we have a curiosity for this. Even though we're in this scenario, David and I both put ourselves in the case where we're tight on money, we're starting with zero, but then all the more reason to do it right. Now, I'll tell you one thing. Look at that. Did you see their Google reviews? Back up.
This one right here?
Oh, they have 47 Google reviews.
Working on that somehow. They probably hired like a reputation management company.
Yep.
That's a good sign also. You don't want to help some company that's going to screw people.
Yeah.
Or that gets really bad reviews. It's going to be hard for them to make money off you, but more importantly, I don't want to help people who do bad business. It's not good business for me, and it's just, I don't.
Yeah, they're just going to wind up, they're so much more likely to wind up burning you down the road. They really are.
Yep. Okay, so this is a good prospect, and if I really needed the money this month, I would pick up the phone and I would call them right now.
Okay, so let's
call them. And, you're the receptionist or something.
Okay, great.
All right, now I haven't scripted this at all. I haven't done this in a long time, so I'm just going to go by the seat of my pants, and I might mess up, all right?
Well, now, first of all, what would you do to prepare yourself before you made that call? Do a pull up a
That's
notepad?
true. I would dig more deeply into here, and I would take notes.
Yeah, do some more digging. So pull up a notepad, please, and start writing down the notes that you'd write down for this meeting.
Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to check SEMrush. Lots of ads.
I'm going to just grab. I'm just going to grab a drink from the refrigerator. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Okay. And then I'm going to. Here's the other thing. I'm going to check the age of their domain. Age. Ooh, 1999. That's great. I'm going to go into Ahrefs and. I'm going to check their anchor text. Ooh, This is curious. Did they rank better before? Oh, interesting. Yeah. When did they get hit? October. They got hit by Penguin 2.1. And it does look like they also, Penguin 2 happened, I think, in late April. And probably Penguin 2. Okay. So their site is damaged. Unfortunately, it's such an old domain, I would hate to let it go. I know that Jimmy's good at resurrecting sites. I have personally not had a lot of success with it. I don't think it's an easy process. And I think it's not something that I would relish going after.
And one of the things, one of the things that we're going to have to do in that case is, let's just keep that in mind. We can still call them up, and we can show them this, and we can say, listen, I can make you a new site, and I can work on recovery. But remember, the social domination. Look, we can at least rank that Facebook page. We can rank their video. Like, none of that stuff's damaged.
Yeah, it's not. That's really true. You know, for like a Plano dentist, that's a pretty competitive search phrase. There's other things we can go after as well. You know, you don't have to target Plano dentists. You can target veneers Plano, which is going to be less competitive. And here's the other thing I'm going to do. Let's go ahead and go into the keyword planner. I would do just a little bit of research on. They probably already know this, but let's just.
I tell you what, a lot of times when people do have a site that's been damaged by this stuff, I mean, it means that they've paid for SEO in the past. We know so much more about them.
Did you see this, Mike?
What's that?
So I made the note. So they got hit by Penguin 2, and then they got crushed by Penguin 2.1. This is exactly what we want.
Yeah, this is great. And so the timing of this, can you pull up the Moz chart for people so we can show them how it is that we know this?
This right here. Oh, well, I know it from experience, but yeah. So what do you want me to search?
Moz, M-O-Z,
algorithm change.
Algorithm changes. Yeah, that should work fine. Okay, so what we do is we're going to line up the drop with the era. So in this case, there it is. Penguin 2.1 hits October 4th, 2013. That's right where we see the drop. So these guys are getting hit by Penguin 2.1. It's going to be it's going to be over optimization of anchor text and probably bad neighborhoods. So they probably got caught up with too much link text, and those links are probably coming from. Yeah, it's horrific.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's just horrific. Just 37%. That's. I'm surprised that they actually lasted well into Penguin 2.0 to be frank.
Penguin 2.1. Yeah, I bet they lost a
Because
little bit.
They have 30, but they have 37% anchor text for Plano Dentist. It's outrageous. Do you see that?
Oh, right here. Yeah.
I mean, it's just like a sign saying "kick me."
Right.
Now we might be able to disavow that, and I'd be willing to go in and try because we might just be able to disavow those links. I mean, there's so many of them.
And there's no reason. You just be upfront with it. Be like, look, I've got this guy. He's good at it. He's training me how to do it. I'll give it a shot. I can't guarantee it'll work.
And really, I would just say I can do it. Like, I would just leave out the whole somebody have trained me to do it. Just like, you want to make money.
I can do the process.
Yeah.
I would clarify and say, it doesn't work every time, but at least gives you a chance to resurrect your domain. Okay. So yeah.
And what we can say is the first thing that we can do is try to bring it back, try to bring it back to life. No matter what, we're going to make sure we get results because we're going to rank a video for you. We're going to rank your Facebook page. We're going to rank your Foursquare page. We're going to rank your Yahoo local page. In his case, I bet we could rank his Google Plus page, by the way.
Yeah.
He's got those 47 rankings.
Well, say that again?
He's got those 47 rankings. The 47 reviews.
Oh, reviews. Yeah. I mean, it's possible. I haven't had a lot of success with that. So, but I don't. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. The local listings I've tried several times, and I just.
Just ranking Google Plus. Yeah, so fine. So you don't have to rank the Google Plus, but anyways,
I feel like the algorithm is a little fickle.
But you can certainly do Facebook. You can certainly do Yelp, Facebook, Foursquare, Weebly. These are all things that you can absolutely do.
Yeah, definitely. That's even easier. You tell them, I'm going to go after all these things, and we're going to rank as many of them as you can. It doesn't work every time, and that's why you could still sell them on local plus ranking because you're going to rank all their other stuff. And if you rank 5 out of 10,
get a couple grand for trying to recover their site, and then if it works, fantastic, you're a hero. If it doesn't work, then fine. You just say, okay, all these other things worked. We tried the recovery, it didn't work. Like I said, you might not. Let's build you a new site. Here it is, $5,000 to design the site. $200 a month for the SEO. Let's rock and roll. And we'll get to
and I think there's a really important learning point that we found right here. By just going even a little bit further, we immediately noticed what happened. And this information, I bet they're getting cold called. I guarantee you. But I guarantee you that every single person that's cold calling them has not done this research. They're calling and they're saying the same things. We can rank you on the first page of Google. And here, I'm going to say something different. So now I think I'm prepared, generally speaking. And now, obviously, I can't be fully prepared, but I'm going to have a notepad up and be ready.
Have you looked at their website itself, like about the About Me page on the website and so forth?
That's a good idea, too. You go here.
And by the way, just so you know, this is as you're watching this, understand that what I'm putting David through is extremely difficult. David Mills and I, who's different than David Hood. David Mills is mine and Greg's partner on OMG Machines. David Mills and I used to have a Magic the Gathering training business. And Magic the Gathering is a strategy game. It's a very intense game. And we used to make training videos doing it. And we would be about 1/10 as smart playing while we were recording as normal. So if we were playing without recording, we would be like 10 times as smart. Because when you're recording and you're trying to do something at the same time, your IQ drops just massively, just because you're basically multitasking. Maybe girls could somehow do it better. But what Dave's doing, he probably would have thought of this on his own. What David Hood is doing right now, he probably would have thought of doing on his own. But so this is why David and I are kind of working together, and you want to be a little bit extra forgiving here. The Smile Architect, my goodness, that's quite a look at that tan.
Yeah, he's but here's a point of, if I end up talking to him, and I'm trying to connect and build rapport with him. I have a lot of family in Kansas. I was actually born in Kansas, and they're KU fans, and he went to University of Kansas, so I can immediately start off and say Rock Chalk Jayhawk, and it's just going to immediately break down his barriers. You know what I mean? It just, if I end up talking to him, which I probably won't, but it's just something to make note of. Went to KU.
Sure.
The more research that you can know on someone.
Sure.
And the other guy went to A&M. I went to UT, so I can
we hate you guys.
Right.
Yeah. That's great.
It's a friendly hate, right? So I don't think this is absolutely critical because you're probably not going to talk directly to the person. But
I think
helpful.
Let's call him. This is kind of crazy, but let's call him.
I don't really want to call him.
But I do.
You want to call him?
I do. I just want to see what happens. Let's do this. This is kind of a crazy thought. I know it's a crazy thought, but I just get so fired up by this stuff. So let's role play this, and then let's call them. How does that sound?
Are you going to call him, or am I going to call him?
Do you want to call him?
I don't want to call him.
All right, I'll call him. I'll put him on speaker.
Here's the thing. I don't like to cold call, but if I had to, I would. If I had no money, I would do it.
I think it's fun.
Okay, well, great. Then you do it, and then it'll be fun. Okay, so let's role play it, and maybe I'll just change my mind, but probably not.
Okay.
So I call up, and you're answering.
Okay, so ring. Hello, hello. Welcome to Willowbend Dental.
Hello. Who am I speaking to? Start over. That's shitty. Okay, so hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Wait. Let me think for a second. I can't remember what I started with.
So so just get it organized. Get it all together.
Oh no. Okay. Here we go. I'm ready. Okay. Go ahead.
Hello, Willowbend Dental. This is Sherry. How can I help you?
Hi. I was wondering if you could help me for a minute.
Yes. What can I help you with?
I was just calling to see if I can help. Man, what was my script? Shit. Sorry.
No, just take your time. Take your time. This is good. Bring it back to life.
So you're supposed to like.
And just to give people an idea, what David currently does is he sits around waiting for his phone to ring on from Dallas SEO Geek and from
so
various referrals and so forth from the My City SEO stuff. But this really is how he got his start. So this is very germane.
Ask for help, and then like.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we pause the recording for about 15 minutes and let David stop and figure this stuff out?
I just probably need 5 minutes and look at some notes.
And so we'll stop this recording. This is a good point to stop this recording, and then we'll start up a new go-to meeting. So I'll stop the recording now,
sounds good.
And we'll be right back. All right, we are back. So David took a brief break to organize his thoughts. I want to point out that David hasn't done cold calling like this in a while. One of the things that we realized is we talked about things in between. One of the things in law of implication you want to learn is that whenever the conditions change, whenever the fundamental premise of a situation changes, we want to go back and re-examine the conclusions that we've based our current decisions on. So, for example, it's really new technology inside of OMG to be able to just walk into a meeting and show them Nashville SEO and Water Dam and St. George. That's new in about the last 6 months. And yet it's so powerful to be able to show them that. So we want to adjust things based on those changes. Have these dominating rankings to show people. Okay, David. So do you want to walk us through the little mini script you've come up with, and also something I want to say.
Why don't we just go ahead and pretend to do the call again and see if I can get on the field
and something I want to say about role playing is this is incredibly valuable. This is also David teaches this inside of law of implication. For example, there's this kind of award-winning teacher, a very successful teacher, and when his students would go on field trips, his students would behave entirely differently than other teachers' students would behave, even on gifted and talented retreats and so forth. And what he would do, his big secret was he would practice. He would role play and practice and drill with his students how they would act. And in drilling, then it would utterly change their behavior. It would utterly shape their minds as to how they would do things. So, for example, David, your videos that you do now for potential clients are very different than videos that you would do 6 months ago, because you've done video after video, you've watched your previous videos, you've taken notes, you've seen what works, so you've practiced is the point.
Yeah, and the same thing will happen with cold calling. If you make 10 calls in a day, that first call is going to be the toughest by far, and then after that, it's going to get pretty easy pretty quick.
And if you drill and practice beforehand, even just to a mirror, it'll make a bizarre amount of difference.
Yep.
You can also meet people inside of OMG, inside of the Facebook group, and meet with them and role play with them. It's very, very valuable. Okay, so break things down for us here.
Okay, so we're going to do the call now. Let's just do the call and see what happens.
Okay, great. Well, do you want to tell us? You want to tell us your outline? And why?
Okay. So here's my general outline. There's this guy named Ari Galper. I took his training a long time ago, and I really like it if you're going to do cold calling. He's got a really good training for cold calling. You don't have to take it, but there's a couple key points that he does. He tries to build like trust, and it's a very different way of doing cold calling. And the first thing he does is he asks for help. So when someone says, "Hey, this is Willowbend Dental, this is Susie speaking," I was wondering if you could help me. Okay. Okay. And then one of his big words is open. So you asked, would you guys be open to discussing new ideas about your market?
And these are contextual things. Again, that you'll see this inside of your log application. We're setting a context that they're helping us, and we're setting a context that they are open.
Yeah, yeah. It's very unobtrusive. I'm not shoving anything down their throat. I haven't called and said, my name's David, and I'm trying to sell you SEO services. I'm starting to talk to them like they're a person.
Yeah, and then another premise here, there's a couple more premises that we have here. We have our search engine domination. We also know walking in the door that these people have been hit with a penalty. And because of that, we know that they've paid for SEO services before. We know that it's not working now. And one of the things I was telling David is that I know somebody who works for the Yellow Pages. She sold over $1 million in Yellow Pages. A lot of it was SEO in the last year. And the way she did it was by going to people who used to advertise with Yellow Pages. She works for Yellow Pages. What she would do is she would call customers who used to advertise with Yellow Pages and who no longer advertise with Yellow Pages, and use that as a premise for rekindling the relationship. So that's something. Just watch for that, because we're gonna take the premise that they are already are in the practice of doing SEO, and that we want to kind of rekindle that.
Okay.
A little bit like get your ex back.
The first two questions are more about just kind of setting the stage for having a conversation with a real person. And again, you don't want to lead with your name. It just kind of automatically puts the stink bomb on you, like they know who you are and what you're trying to do. And not that you're trying to hide. It just frames the conversation in a negative way right off the bat.
Okay, great.
Okay, and then so are you open to discussing new ideas about marketing? Most people will probably say, well, sure, or what do you mean? And you say, well, I'm calling because I saw that you were doing SEO before and that you got penalized, and that you're doing pay-per-click now, and I'm part of a group that dominates competitors.
And when you say SEO, probably now you have the sensibility that you're probably talking to a secretary at this point. Is that correct?
Yeah, but I'm treating them like a gatekeeper. Like
you're going to treat them like a decision maker. Yeah. Interesting.
It builds them up. It builds up. It makes them, it just makes them feel good about themselves. And when they feel good about themselves while they're talking to you, they associate that feeling with you.
Yeah.
And it puts them.
And of course, you'll explain what SEO means. Like you'll explain that means you used to rank number one on Google.
Yeah, I might clarify, instead of saying SEO, I noticed you were ranking really well on Google before, and now you're not.
And you could even let's include the specific of when their rankings dropped. And you guys lost quite a bit of business starting in about October.
Yeah.
It was that's when we saw their drop. Is that correct?
Yeah. So it started in April/May.
Yeah, but they may not notice that as much. Yeah. Okay, we can say that.
Then it just completely dropped off the map in October 4th.
Okay, so we can put that. We can say you guys lost a little bit of ground. Yeah, you guys lost a little bit of ground in April 2013. Starting in April of 2013, but then really kind of dropped off the map in about October, and we can really we can now at this point really turn that around for you, which is great news.
Right, I'm part of a group that, and you don't want to have an exact script, but there's a couple key phrases that you might want to have.
So do you want to put those points down?
I'm sorry.
Do you want to put those bullets down that we just discussed?
Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Did you do the October? Did you put in the October or the April 2000?
Because I noticed that you.
I don't like that. I noticed. Let's do something instead of I noticed. There's something about I noticed that means like I'm just sitting around noticing things. Okay. How about I'm calling because you guys used to rank number one in because you guys used to employ an ad agency to rank number one in Google, and that was working really well for a while. But then starting in April 2013, things really started to fall off. And then starting in October, the bottom really fell out. And you started losing, and you started losing a lot of business.
Yeah, and you started losing a lot of, let's say, potential patients.
I would just say business.
Okay. And I also see, or also you're doing pay-per-click now, which is more expensive than ranking on Google or something. I don't know how you.
How about more expensive and less effective?
Okay, that's good and less effective
than ranking #1 in Google.
So I've got to for a while. You guys. Okay.
How about instead of employ, how about work with? Okay, great.
Maybe you want to just take away ad and just do agency?
Yeah, I like agency. That's good.
This is a little more generic. Maybe they just hired an SEO, some SEO guy who's spam the crap out of them or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so also you're doing pay-per-click now, which on Google, which is more expensive and less effective than ranking.
I would drop the also. I would just say your.
Okay. And then I'm part of a group that dominates competitors online.
How about on Google?
Okay. Can you search something on Google for me? Nashville SEO. You see how we're #1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
Now search.
And in your case, since you happen to rank #1 for Dallas SEO expert, we can throw that in as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. In fact, you can. Yeah. What we could do is, if you're going to call them, what I could do is I can put on the about page. We can put like a picture of you.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We don't have to change it. I
just thought it'd be funny because you're like, I'm not only going to rank #1 for Nashville.
Yeah, that is funny. That is pretty funny. Okay, great. So we can throw that on. All right. So great. All right. So you want to do the role play?
Yeah, I'll go first, and then you can take it well from it.
Okay, sounds good.
Do it your way. So.
Okay, I'll be Sherry.
Okay.
What was the name? What was the name of the clinic again?
Willow Bend Dental.
Okay, Willow Bend Dental. This is Sherry.
Hi, Sherry. I was wondering if you could help me for a minute.
Yes. How can I help you?
Would you guys be open to discussing new ideas about your marketing?
Geez, I don't normally handle that, but what's going on?
So I'm calling because you guys used to work with an agency to rank well in Google, and that was working really well for you for a while. But then starting in early summer of 2013, things really started to fall off the map for you guys. And then I noticed, then in October, your rankings completely disappeared, and you started losing a lot of business. You're doing pay-per-click now, which is more expensive and less effective than ranking on Google. I'm actually part of a group that dominates competitors on Google. Can you search something for me in Google?
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
Yeah,
I'm on Google.com now.
Yeah, why don't you check out water damage St. George?
Water damage St. George. Okay, so and then you make sure to tell them the ST. So okay,
yeah,
all right.
ST is Saint is ST.
Okay, I searched that. Okay.
Okay, so if you look, part of our group, one of our clients is ServPro, and you notice they're #1, #2, #3, #4, and then below the search results, you got even more search results. Okay, so they're completely dominating this first page. Also, if you search Nashville SEO.
Nashville
did you notice
SEO.
that? Did you notice how ServPro? I'm trying to get her to say
ServPro. Yes, yeah, I see that.
Yeah. The more they say yes. Okay, so can you search Nashville?
Nashville SEO. Okay.
Yeah, I notice again, #1, #2, #3, #4, #5, #6, #7. Oh, can't have them all. We don't have them all. We'll get there.
Okay.
So we don't have #8. We got #9 and #10. Okay, so 9 out of 10. Do you think this is something that your business manager or your dentist would be interested in discussing further?
Wow. That's actually that's quite impressive. What would we need to do? Do you have so what were you thinking, that they would patch you through to somebody or go for a number?
Man, there's so many different things they can do. Like a lot of times the dentist, they'll be in session and you're like, you can ask them to call me back. And again, I don't know which one's going to work the most. I don't remember off the top of my head. You can try. Could you call me back?
Because ultimately what we want to do is we want to create a video that the dentist will watch. Is that
what
correct?
you can do is you can say, probably the thing that I would start with would be, all right, well, what I'm going to do is I want to send you guys a little bit more information, but I want to make sure you guys get it. So can I have your email address and anybody else who would be a part of the decision maker? So we want her email address because she's more likely to see it. She's sitting around just doing nothing on her computer.
Yeah.
And also, if our boss doesn't see it, she's going to see it. And because we've treated her like a good person and just like a normal person, like a decision maker, she's going to follow up for us. Like,
sure. I like that. I like that. That's cool.
What we could do is if we send the email out and we don't hear anything, we call her back up. And she's gonna empathize with us, or we're gonna empathize together. She's gonna be like, "Oh, I told him about
to follow up with her." Oh, that's great. Okay, great. So let's reverse things. So I'm calling you. Ring ring.
Okay. Will of N Dental. This is Shelly speaking.
Hey, I'm calling because you guys used to work with an agency to rank well in Google, and that was really working well for a while. But then starting early summer of 2013, this last year, things really started falling off, and then October, your rankings completely disappeared. You're just completely out of Google, and you started losing a lot of business. You're doing pay-per-click now, which is a lot more expensive and much less effective than ranking on Google. Now, I'm part of a group. My company dominates competitors on Google. Can you search something on Google for me?
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So if you type in Nashville SEO, can you type that in?
SEO?
Yeah, S as in Sam, E as in Edward, O as in Oscar.
Okay, Nashville SEO. Okay.
Yeah, SEO stands for search engine optimization. This is actually one of the most competitive, not the most competitive, search results in the entire city of Nashville. And our group, we rank you can see number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. We just absolutely dominate page 1.
Wow.
We also do this for our and I just noticed I didn't do that. I left out the whole ask for help thing, so I'll definitely try to do that when I call in here.
You can try it either way. I think it'll.
No, I think that what I did here is just a little bit too leading. I like that open. I'd like to try your open to discuss thing.
Okay.
As well.
It's a bit softer.
Yeah, it is. And then and then water damage St. George. So type in water damage St. St. and George. Our client here is ServPro, and you can see they rank, again, they just dominate page 1. They're 1, 2, and 3, number 1 in the local listings, and then below that as well. And these are expensive jobs. ServPro went from getting less than 5% of their business from Google to now over 80% of their business on Google. And these are big jobs. These are a lot like veneers where they can be tens of thousands of dollars. Really, really valuable searches. We know that you guys tried before, and that was great. You guys got a lot of business that way, but then sort of the water valve got turned off, and we want to turn it back on for you. What I want to do is I can create a custom presentation to kind of walk through what you and I just talked about on this call, plus a little bit more explaining why it is that you guys aren't ranking number 1 anymore, and how we can change that. If I created that for you and for the people who make the final decisions on marketing in your business, there's other people as well. Perhaps what was our doctor's name again?
It has this Booer.
Booer. And does it list their office manager's name? Let's look at the who are we.
Dental staff.
Yeah.
Practice manager. Ooh.
That's got to be her. What does practice manager mean?
Yeah. Let me just check to see. They have a massage therapist. Wow, these guys are. These
guys are decked out. Yeah, these guys.
They've got a big sales funnel. Okay, so Lanny. She's probably the best person to talk to.
Now, do you think we call and ask for Lanny in the first place?
No.
Really?
I wouldn't, because they're
too presumptive.
I think it just puts you in a bad position, I think, because they're going to go, well, who's speaking? Because they're still the gatekeeper. They're supposed to block people like you. And the whole point is it kind of makes it seem like you're trying to escape them, and you don't want to escape them. You want them to usher you into the back.
Love it. Okay, great. All right, let's give these people a call. I want to give it a shot. I'm going to change my speakers over, and I'm also going to record this in Camtasia. I have no idea how this will work. I've never done this before in this particular way, but I'm kind of excited about it. we do this kind of stuff. It gets me fired up. I feel the same kind of nervousness that anybody else would, by the way.
Yeah. Even Mike Long feels. I'm nervous, but I just.
You're more nervous for me.
Yeah, I'm actually nervous for you, and I don't want to do it just because I don't know.
All right, that's great. Right,
maybe I've gotten soft with my the fact that people just call me.
All right, let's find out what happens here. So I'm going to turn on my. Let's see how am I going to make this.
And
work.
This is why it's important to have your goals and because those are going to motivate you, and they're going to cut off those excuses. Mm-hmm. Right now I've got a pretty good excuse, but if I had my goals right, then I wouldn't. My excuses wouldn't
have a foothold with you, huh?
Yeah.
Right. So let's do this. So I'm going to change things over. I'm going to change my speaker setup over here, but I actually get a redundant recording on Camtasia. All right, so I'm going to fire up that. Change this around. So you got all this stuff pulled up for me?
Yeah. What do you want me to do?
I'll need my script, and we've got Dr. Boer and Lanny.
Do you want me to email this to you real quick?
No, it's okay.
Okay. All right. I'll just leave it up on the screen.
Just have it up in front of me. All right.
Okay.
I'm going to put this on speakerphone and call Sherry. Hopefully it's Sherry. Lanny.
You might get Eloise.
Oh, Eloise. Yeah, that's great. That's good to know. Eloise. They have patient coordinators. These people all have titles and stuff. All right. What's their phone number? It's at the bottom.
Right here. 972.
972.
964.
5686. And then we've got the.
I'm excited. This is awesome.
That window over to the side a little bit, and yeah, so I can see the rest of the window. Okay, great.
Is that good?
Yeah, ask for help if possible. And I can't say my name is Mike.
I wouldn't lead with your name. I would, unless she asks.
Okay. All right. I'll record this. Just.
And you don't have to ask for help if she says, "Can I help you?"
Okay.
Because that is kind of weird.
We'll give this a shot. Hi, did you say Nikki?
Yes.
Hey, can I get a little bit of help, please?
Okay.
Are you open to discuss new ideas about your marketing? Okay, great. Do you? I'm calling because you guys used to work with an agency, a local agency, to rank really, really well in Google, and that was really working well for you for a while. But starting this summer, things started really falling off, and then I know that your guys' rankings really dropped off in October. It just went kind of completely away. You guys are still advertising online, but in a way that's pretty expensive and ineffectual. And I've got a local group in Dallas. We rank really, really well. We dominate page one for a bunch of big keywords, just for high-end businesses like yours. You guys have 47 top Google rankings, which is really unusual, 47 reviews from customers. So you guys rank out as the most reputable dentist in the Plano area, in the North Dallas area.
Well, I am a new employee here, so I would.
Oh, that's wonderful. How do you like it there? Do you think everybody's pretty nice there?
Sorry?
Do you think everyone's pretty nice there? It seems like you have a pretty good staff. That's great.
Absolutely.
So you're new. Well, that's absolutely no problem. So more or less, before you got there, what was going on was you guys were ranking really well in Google. You'd rank #1 for Plano Dentist. You were working with an ad agency for that, and something that they did made it so you guys dropped off in October, and that cost a lot of business. We wanted to fix that for you guys, and what I wanted to do was put together a video to kind of explain what I'm talking about. Do you have Google in front of you right now?
I can't get online.
You guys aren't allowed to be online. They keep you offline, so you can't get on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
They want. No, I understand. I would want you off Facebook too. Since you're new, what would I do? The contact I have listed is Lanny. I guess she used to be the practice manager. Is that correct?
That's right.
Is she available?
Let me see. Hold on, okay?
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay, she's unfortunately waiting for this, but I can make a note and put it on her list.
Okay, that sounds great. So even though you can't search, Nikki, even though you can't search Google, you have an iPhone, don't you?
I don't.
Do you have an Android? What do you have? You have one of those flip phones?
An Android.
Well, you have a Droid. That'll work. So go to Google for just a second. Humor me. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so go to Google and type in, here's one example. Type in Nashville, like the city Nashville. Nashville,
Yes.
SEO, like S as in Sam, E as in Edward, O as in Oscar. That stands for, SEO means ranking #1 on Google. It's actually the most competitive keyword term in Nashville. All right, so when you...
I don't need that.
What's that?
We can't have our cell phones there, right?
They won't let you use your cell phone?
No.
Okay, well, I will tell you. I will tell you what would have happened, because this way you can give Lanny a proper message. What'll happen is if you search that, I rank #1, #2, #3, #4, and #5 for that. So we totally clean out our competition, just get them off of page 1. You can understand that if somebody searched for Plano dentist and you guys ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that would be good.
Huh.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it is.
That's what we did.
It is.
That's what we do.
I'm making a note of all of this.
Yeah, and we. Let me give you.
Will you repeat your name? And
yeah, my name is Mike.
Okay.
And my name is Mike Long. My number is 858-699-2747.
What's the name of your company, being Mike?
Well, we have Dallas SEO Geek is the name. Yeah, Dallas SEO Geek, because we're kind of nerds. Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
Okay, great. And I just want to give you three things that Lanny can look up, because we do something that nobody else does. And we know that you guys were previously very successfully advertising on Google, and that really dropped off. And we can fix it for you lickety-split, actually in a way that's much better than before. So if you could give her these search phrases to look up in Google just to see who we are, she can look up Nashville SEO, S as in Sam, E as in Edward, O as in Oscar. So Nashville SEO, and that's me all throughout page 1. Water damage, St. George, water damage, and then ST space George, like Curious George. Our client there is ServPro, and they do millions of dollars worth of business with keywords like this. They now get 80% of their business. They used to get 5% of their business. They now get 80% of their business on Google from us doing this. And then the last one, you can look in the Dallas area, Dallas SEO expert. And we're #1 there. You can look up, it'll say Dallas SEO Geek. My partner David's on that.
Awesome. I have a patient in front of me.
Okay, thank you very much for your valuable time. Can I follow up? Great. Can I follow up if I don't hear back from you tomorrow?
I'm sorry?
Can I follow up if I don't hear back from you tomorrow?
That's fine.
Thank you so much, Nikki. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Nice. Mike, I'm giving you a high five through the phone. That was awesome. It's kind of making me wish I had done it, but
it does, right? Doesn't that make you jealous?
Yeah, it does, because it was probably fun. It's one of those things where it's the anticipation.
It's a thrill. No, it's a thrill. I'm red faced right now. You could see it. Okay, so David, this was a great session. You and I both had meetings to get onto today. We can pick up with this tomorrow or later on this weekend. But I thought this was awesome.
That was so fun. I mean, that was really cool.
Yeah, we should do this. We can make a show about this. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks a bunch, David. And by the way, hopefully we'll land this. Hopefully we'll land this account. I'll split it with you.
Yeah. It'll just make it that much better, right? We can go through the whole process. We can put it all on Project X. How did we do the pricing? What video did we use? Everything.
Yeah, I love it. All right, Dave.
Good job.
Thanks a bunch.
Thanks.
All right, bye. Hi, did you say Nikki?
Yes.
Hey, can I get a little bit of help, please?
Okay.
Are you open to discuss new ideas about your marketing?
No, I would not be.
Okay, great. Do you? I'm calling because you guys used to work with an agency, a local agency, to rank really well in Google, and that was really working well for you for a while. But starting this summer, things started really falling off, and then I know that your guys' rankings really dropped off in October. It just went kind of completely away. And you guys are still advertising online, but in a way that's pretty expensive and ineffectual. And I've got a local group in Dallas. We rank really well. We like dominate page one for a bunch of big keywords, just for high-end businesses like yours. You guys have 47 top Google rankings, which is really unusual, like 47 reviews from customers. So you guys rank out as the most reputable dentist in the Plano area, in the North Dallas area.
Well, I am a new employee here, so I wouldn't know any.
That's wonderful. How do you like it there? Do you think everybody's pretty nice there?
So,
Do you think everyone's pretty nice there? It seems like you have a pretty good staff. That's great.
Absolutely.
So you're new. Well, that's absolutely no problem. So more or less, before you got there, what was going on was you guys were ranking really well in Google. You'd rank #1 for like Plano Dentist. You were working with an ad agency for that, and something that they did made it so you guys dropped off in October, and that cost a lot of business. We wanted to fix that for you guys, and what I wanted to do is put together a video to kind of explain what I'm talking to you about. Do you have Google in front of you right now?
I can't get online.
You guys aren't allowed to be online? They keep you offline so you can't get on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
No, I understand. I would want you off Facebook too. Since you're new, what would I do? The contact I have listed is Lanny. I guess she used to be the practice manager. Is that correct?
That's right.
Is she available?
Let me see. Hold on, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, she's unfortunately away from her desk, but I can make a note and put it on her desk.
Okay, that sounds great. So even though you can't search Nikki, even though you can't search Google, you have an iPhone, don't you?
I don't.
Do you have an Android? What do you have? You have one of those flip phones?
An Android.
Well, you have Android. That'll work. So go to Google for just a second. Humor me. Okay?
Yeah, actually.
Okay, so go to Google and type in, here's one example. Type in Nashville, like the city Nashville. Nashville,
Yes.
SEO, like S as in Sam, E as in Edward, O as in Oscar. That stands for, SEO means ranking #1 on Google. It's actually the most competitive keyword term in Nashville. All right, so when you...
I don't need that.
What's that?
We can't have our cell phone then, right?
They won't let you use your cell phone?
No.
Okay, well, I will tell you. I will tell you what would have happened, because this way you can give Lanny a proper message. What'll happen is if you search that, I rank #1, #2, #3, #4, and #5 for that. So we totally clean out our competition, just get them off of page 1. You can understand that if somebody searched for Plano Dentist and you guys ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that would be good.
Huh.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
That's what we did.
It does.
That's
well,
what we
I'm
did.
making a note of all of this.
Yeah, and we. Let me give you.
Will you repeat your name and?
Yeah, my name is Mike.
Okay.
And my name is Mike Long. My number is 858-699-2747.
What's the name of your company again, Mike?
Well, we have Dallas SEO Geek is the name. Yeah, Dallas SEO Geek, because we're kind of nerds. Is that okay with you?
It's fine.
Okay, great. And I just want to give you three things that Lanny can look up, because we do something that nobody else does, and we know that you guys were previously very successfully advertising on Google, and that really dropped off, and we can fix it for you lickety-split, actually in a way that's much better than before. So if you could give her these search phrases to look up in Google just to see who we are, she can look up Nashville SEO, S as in Sam, E as in Edward, O as in Oscar, so Nashville SEO, and that's me all throughout page 1. Water damage St. George, water damage, and then ST space George, like Curious George. Our client there is ServPro, and they do millions of dollars worth of business with keywords like this. They now get 80% of their business. They used to get 5% of their business. They now get 80% of their business on Google from us doing this. And then the last one, you can look in the Dallas area, Dallas SEO Expert. And we're number 1 there. You can look up, it'll say Dallas SEO Geek. My partner David's on that.
Awesome. I have a patient in front of me.
Okay, thank you very much for your valuable time. Can I follow up? Great. Can I follow up if I don't hear back from you tomorrow?
I'm sorry?
Can I follow up if I don't hear back from you tomorrow?
That's fine.
Thank you so much, Nikki. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Nice. Mike, I'm giving you a high five. That's awesome. It's kind of making me wish I had done it. But,
it does, right? Doesn't that make you jealous?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It was probably fun. It's one of those things where it's the anticipation.
It's a thrill. No, it's a thrill. I'm red-faced right now. You can see it. Okay, so David, this was a great session. You and I both had meetings to get onto today. We can pick up with this tomorrow or later on this weekend, but I thought this was awesome.
That was so fun. I mean, that was really cool.
Yeah, we should do this. We can make a show about this. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, David. And by the way, hopefully we'll end this. Hopefully we'll end this account. I'll split it with you.
Yeah. I mean, that'll just make it that much better, right?
Awesome.
Go through the whole process. We can put it all on Project X. How do we do the pricing? What video did we use? Everything.
Yeah, I love it. All right, Dave. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
All right, bye. Awesome. All right. This is Mike. I'm back with David Hood, and we're getting to kind of a second phase of things. We started yesterday, and we recorded a couple of videos, mostly setting the stage for things and getting into client getting with cold calling. Doing cold calling is going to be similar to just talking to people that we already know. Probably talking to people that we already know is certainly a bit easier. There's so much curiosity surrounding Google and surrounding SEO. People get pretty excited about it. I also spoke with David Mills last night, and really we're going to focus this module with David on client getting, pricing, and fulfillment. That'll be the best way to accomplish what we talked about in our first videos. And this is how we kind of get going with things. We get started, and then we can kind of back our way into success. Okay, so yesterday we started getting into client getting. Today what I want to do is actually dig into pricing, and then we'll wind up backtracking a little bit to client getting, and then forward tracking a bit into fulfillment. These things are all linked. They're all really connected. So David, let's start with pricing. So let's say somebody calls, let's pull up your Dallas SEO Geek site. So I pull up DallasSEOGeek.com. Site's made you a lot of money. One of the things I want to point to that folks can do in their own time. Actually, we'll do this kind of before as a precursor to getting to pricing, but this is directly related to pricing. When people come to this site, David, then it's quite an immersive site. People can really scroll down the page. You have a number of videos here. Not displaying for me because I have some sort of one of these weird plug-in blockers. But SEO consultant versus in-house SEO is one video you have. You've got a whiteboard video here. SEO with integrity.
Are they seeing your screen or my screen?
They should be seeing. Oh, are they seeing your screen right now? You're right, they are.
Yeah.
Let's just. Yeah, let's
we can go through. So yeah, I mean, I've got video here where I talk about things. I think a lot of times people, I closed it. I shouldn't have closed it, but to see where I get the most traffic. But a lot of times people go to the about.
Can you pull up that clicky? What I'll do is I'll pull things over to my screen for a second.
Okay.
I'll make myself the presenter so you can move things around a little bit easier.
Okay.
And I'll show my screen. And I'll pull up this little graphic, little simple graphic I made up for you. A, client getting, B, pricing, and C, fulfillment is the full thing that we're going to be talking about. That's the full gamut that we want to cover during this module with David. And right here I'm on DallasSEOGeek.com. What David's going to do is pull up his Clicky, which is one of the ways that you can track activity on your website. It makes a bit of a movie or something like that you can follow along with. By the way, notice that David's got a testimonial here from Karen, which I really like. That's really, really nice.
Yeah, he's one of my oldest customers, and he actually works right next door to me, and we have a really good working relationship. And so,
it really goes to show that one good customer really can beget many good customers, and we've seen this again and again. So you can go to Dallas SEO Geek. Absolutely do not copy the site verbatim because it'll create a duplicate content problem for David and for you. It would just be so ridiculous. So utterly rewrite things from scratch if you're going to pull ideas from this site, then take notes by hand and then come back and rewrite it yourself.
Put your own personality into it. That's going to benefit you because it's going to fit with how when you talk to them. And you notice there's my own personality in there. If you scroll down, I've got like bunny, a mythical scenario where bunnies are fighting gorillas. Right there.
Yeah.
And or I also think I mentioned like grannies and Michael Jordan versus Michael Jordan, stuff like that. Just I'm a little silly, and so I don't mind putting that in there.
Sure, exactly. So you've got conclusions and then a number of videos here. So I'll turn the screen over to David. Also notice we've got 300 likes, some tweets, or actually 100 likes, 300 tweets. I'll actually like this. Yeah, nice. I do like this site. Do you like it?
Right. I should hope so.
Okay, great. So David will make you the presenter here, and
I'm ready when you are.
It's more inside of things here. Always an adventure with GoToMeeting. Trying to make you the presenter here. All right, here we go. All right, great. Go for it.
Okay, so can you see my screen?
I can now see your screen. Yep.
Okay, so you can see the vast majority of people do go to the homepage, but there's a lot of traffic.
So first of all, we're on Clicky.com. I think you can sign up for Clicky accounts for free.
They're free, and then it's $15 a month for mostly what you would need, and then beyond that, it's when you get a bunch of sites. I still have $15 a month. I imagine I'll upgrade at some point. I like using them because with analytics, I don't want to put everything on one account, but with this, you can put everything on one account, and as far as I can tell, it doesn't leave a footprint because the code that you put in, there's no unique. There's unique identifiers for each site. The code isn't the same as in like the account number essentially within the code.
Yeah, and again, so you don't necessarily need this, but anyways, David has it, so we can go over it. I mean, this is the kind of thing that you probably want more down the road, if at all. So okay, so what are we seeing here for somebody who's never seen Clicky before?
So the most important thing that I thought I'd point out would be the content. So what content are people accessing? So services. I've got like some local SEO tips, contact, about me. So you can see that there's a lot of different content that they're accessing.
Yeah.
I think if we go to visitors, total time, average time for visit, 4 minutes.
Yeah.
That's pretty. I think that's pretty good. And I noticed that a lot of times some people spend as much as like 10 or 20 minutes on the site.
Yeah, and this is something I want to get into. If you think about most people who join Project X are in one of two boats. Either you already knew me and Greg up and down, left and right, and then made a decision to join, or we were relatively new to you before you joined, and you probably went to our blog, very possibly went to our blog, read through a lot of stuff, maybe watched multiple webinars. You might have gotten several emails from me and studied them. You might have joined early on, but you probably at least watched a 2 or 3 hour webinar and really got excited about it. And there's exceptions to this, but regardless, a lot of people who join Project X would have read a couple of video books from us. I mean, there's a lot to study. And that's one of the things I wanted to point out about David's site is that it's very immersive. It's a kind of an old maxim in marketing: the more you tell, the more you sell. And it's more of a symptom. That idea is more of a symptom of something deeper. And the deeper thing is that the more time you spend with somebody, it generates an effect called propinquity. And this is kind of the same thing behind Stockholm Syndrome. Stockholm Syndrome is this wacky thing where it's this weird cognitive illusion where somebody will kidnap somebody else, and the kidnappee will wind up in many cases just infatuated with the kidnapper, and they'll testify on their behalf and stay in contact with them, marry them. And this has to do, of course, that's quite an anomaly. You think that would be quite an anomaly because, that person has committed a horrible crime against you, and they've really disrespected your personal property in this horrible way, kidnapping you. And then we wind up feeling very close to the person. Maybe this is how taxes are designed. Maybe we're kind of getting kidnapped by our government and we're supposed to like America even more. I'm not really sure. Sorry, just a little bit quick political commentary there. But anyways, my point is that that this works. This works in relationships. It works in sales. The more time we spend with somebody, the more a closeness builds, and it really has this huge effect. There's a couple of things that are will kind of create multipliers on our sales. One of them is time spent with somebody. Another one is scarcity, and if we can work scarcity into things, then that'll certainly kind of bring things along. But we can't just have a lot of stuff on our site. Our site has to be pretty immersive for that to work, and it has to have links.
It's not just ranking the site. You have to get people to stay on there. And actually, I got with my other site that's ranking really well. It didn't get very many leads. It wasn't getting leads, but it was ranking and getting traffic. And so it was because I just hadn't really created much of an immersive environment. It's still not as immersive as Dallas SEO Geek, but it's getting there.
Yeah.
And I've started getting calls for it.
And it's something that I should really improve on Nashville SEO as time goes on. I really like your About Me page, by the way. It's great to have that. You have a testimonial as well right there. But the About Me, David's really using videos here. He wants his customers to be used to using videos, and is he going to would he do better if he had a little bit more text below that video? Possibly, but at least
I originally did. I had someone transcribe it, but it was so awful, and I haven't had time to fix it. I just deleted it. And
and I wouldn't even necessarily transcribe it. I would just write some notes underneath it. But anyways, regardless, this really works. This site works. The one thing I'll say is that in a perfect world, I wouldn't use stock images. There's something about stock images that people have a way of knowing nowadays. Just like you can kind of like spot a banner ad. Then using stock images, unlike say the bunny and the gorilla, that wouldn't really come off like a stock image. But if you can help it here and there, that to me is a more unique-ish image. The one with the books stacked up with the faded background. But anyways, like shoppers, where it's just kind of very clearly it was a page back there was a woman shopping. That was a stock image, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. A lot of this is stock images. But I made this. I do agree. If you can I'm very proud of this. I made this image. I took 2 stock images and I made my own thing, and then I made this, and I think it's a useful image.
I think it is. It
also, it has Dallas on it. Dallas, stuff like that.
Yeah, and you use what did you use? Snagit to create that?
Yeah, Snagit.
Yeah, and in your background training area, I talk about graphic design. So, anyways, those are just kind of minor points. But the major point is that this is an immersive site. You go on this site. Obviously, the Dallas SEO Geek is a custom design. That looks great, right? What did you do? Go to Fiverr to get that?
No, I have. I designed a lot of it myself,
nice.
And then I had the help of a designer to see how this little guy right here.
Yeah, I like that
his
guy.
Little face up there. He made I've actually got a full guy. I don't use it anymore, but and I had help with someone else to do a little bit of extra design.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Of mine.
Yeah, it looks particularly sweet. Okay, so the site's very immersive. People spend on average about 10 minutes on it. Is there a particular link flow or link that people go to a lot out of curiosity as we look at your analytics since we've got them?
I think services is where most people go to.
Services, and then the next one is local SEO tips. What are you doing? And then contact is really big, and about me is pretty big, which is kind of what we'd expect. Search engine optimization 101. And we can really see there's a long tail here where there's going to be some people that are going through every node, and probably a lot of those people wind up being your customers.
Or at least contacting me.
Right, exactly. Okay, so now now that somebody has gone through your site, so I'm a carpet cleaner, and I might have been watching the search engines, and I call you up. Let's do a bit of role playing, and we'll work out some pricing. And I'm going to borrow a little bit of a montage from people that have called me from Nashville SEO and some of the things that they come up with and so forth.
Nice.
We'll try a couple of these things.
This should be fun. I'm excited. This is I'm a lot more prepared for this.
I know. Last time I caught you a bit off guard, but really one of the things that you can do as you're watching this is really think about meeting somebody on the Facebook group and pairing off and doing some of this role playing. It'll really make a big difference in your success. I'm not afraid to do it, so you shouldn't be afraid to do it.
Completely agree.
So ring.
This is David Hood.
Hi. I'm calling about SEO services.
Oh, okay, great.
About your website.
Yeah. What's your name?
Bill.
Hi, Bill. How are you?
I'm good. How much does it cost?
Well, it really depends, and I can't really answer that question directly until I see what kind of competition you're going against, what your goals and targets are.
I have a business, and we do pianos.
Pianos?
Yeah, we do piano tunings, piano cleanings, and it's not that big of a niche. And I'll tell you this:
you sell pianos?
I don't, and I've been burned before. I hired an outfit out of New York, Web Magic, and for a while I was ranking and I was getting calls, but then that went away, and then I can't get these guys on the phone, and I just want to know how much it costs. So what's the bottom line here? What's it gonna run me?
Well, I mean, it really depends. I mean, I can't tell. First, I want to see if I can help you. So what I can do is I'm going to ask you a few questions about what I think is important and see if we're a good fit first. I want to make sure that we're a good fit before I even give you any sort of answer on that pricing, because it can vary dramatically depending on how competitive it is, exactly what you want to go after.
Well, I don't think it's very competitive because it's just piano. We do piano services, cleanings, tunings. We can move the piano for you.
Mike, I'm going to go ahead and say what I would do is, so what's your URL? I'm going to ask that. So why don't we just do awardpiano.com? Some guy I randomly found.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Okay.
So what's your URL?
Awardpiano.com.
Okay. So and is the phone number you called me at the best phone number to reach you at?
Yes.
Okay. So phone number, and what would you say, like if I were to send you one customer, what would you say the value of that customer would be to you if I just sent you one customer? Like what would be the gross profit for that one customer?
Well, the gross profit's pretty good, but I don't get that many customers. So
what would be your average gross profit?
I'd say $1,000.
$1,000, okay.
Yeah, over lifetime, yeah.
Okay. And this is an important question for me to understand your business so that I can understand how best I can help you. And, not everyone's a good fit for me, and I'm not a good fit for everyone. And so that's why I have to ask you some questions, and I also have to go do some research to make sure that there's a good fit before I get into pricing and anything, because each customer is different. Each customer has different needs. So it really depends. I can tell you that I'm not going to be the cheapest, but I think that I have provided a lot of value.
Well, how much do you cost?
It really depends. It really depends. I don't want to give you any pricing until I can tell I can help you, until I can see.
Well, do you have some references?
Yeah, I do have references, and I can send those to you in email. When I send you the information, my research information, I can send you an email, any references, and also if you go to my site, you can see on my site there's a couple of testimonials. You even have a video testimonial of one of my oldest customers, Kyron. And you can go watch that, but if that's not enough, I'm happy to send you some references.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to contact some people.
That's fine. So basically, it's important that I understand
because I'll tell you this: I'm in a few different businesses, and I know a lot of people. And if you if you can do a good job for me, I can put you on to a bunch of different people. I mean, I know a lot of people.
And that's great. And I mean that's a natural byproduct of doing good business, and that's why I want this to be a win-win, and that's why I want to look at the numbers and look at all the data before I give you any hard numbers, because I don't want you to
what information do you need from me so you can get back to me with a price?
Yeah, I think I have pretty much all the information. Are there any other services? Let me go take a look at your site and see if there's any. So you do refinishing, restoring, tuning, repair, moving, storage, estimates, appraisals, and you have event piano rental. Okay.
Yeah, so, that's correct. Yeah, I do all those things.
So that's going to tell me a lot, and that's the vast majority of it. Basically, what I'm doing is this is 90% of the time. This is enough to go on. If I have any more questions, I'll shoot you an email. So can I email you at bill@awardpiano.com?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And if I have any questions, I'll email you or give you a call. But most of the time I don't need that. I can do all the research I need to send you a video. And in that first video that I send people, about 80% of the time, I can go ahead and show you the prices for different types of services or different levels of service.
Yeah,
every once in a while,
because I want to know how much it costs.
I understand, and that's important. And it's also important to understand to make sure that I can provide you with the value.
How long does it take?
I can get it in a couple business days. I can get.
I mean, how long is it going to take for you to rank me?
Again, that's just something that once I'll know a lot, I'll be able to give you a much better answer once I can do the research.
Okay, thank you very much. Goodbye.
Okay, bye. Do people grill you that much on pricing? Because I don't find that people like usually.
That was very close. That was very close to a real call that I had recently.
Oh my God! Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I have never had anyone grill me that much on pricing.
Okay.
Every time I say
that one was a little stuck in my mind. I actually was a piano mover. I actually gave you a very true life experience. So let's put together a proposal for Bill now.
Okay.
Well, and by the way, I really want to point this out to folks. I don't even want to tell you whether Bill became a customer or not. I want that to remain a mystery for you. There's something I read in a book. It was so brilliant, and it really changed things for me. I think it was called Persuasion Engineering by Richard Bandler, and he was talking about car sales, and it was like this brilliant car salesperson. Again, it could have been a different book, but the concept is what's important. What this great car salesman said is you never know whether somebody's a buyer or not by the way they look and by the way they act. They'd be, this guy worked at a car dealership for years and years and years, and you'd have one guy walk in, he'd have an expensive suit, and driving in another nice car, and just say that he was ready to buy, he was going to buy just right then and there. He'd have his checkbook in his hand, and then that guy wouldn't buy, and then the same day another guy would come in who is in shabby clothes and driving, a beat up wreck, and who would be very combative and standoffish, and that guy would buy right away. So you really don't know. One of the things to really get with this is that these signals that people are setting off in sales meetings, negotiations can be a very, I don't want to say combative, but it can be a little bit adversarial, and sometimes it won't be. But there's a lot of phony signals going off during these meetings, and it's kind of best to a little bit, like, for example, if you went back and reviewed the cold calling call that I did, at some point the woman just said no. That she wouldn't help me. I just barreled through it. I was like,
yeah,
okay.
That was funny. Can you use your iPhone? That was awesome. That was a really good thought. I never thought of that.
Yeah,
but she couldn't even use her phone.
She couldn't use her phone, which is fine. But just
we should call them back.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that. That. If we have time today, I do. I was thinking about that before we talk. So David, can we get into how you design and create a pitch for Bill?
Yeah. Hold on one second. Can you take control of the screen for just a second?
Yeah.
I need to pull up my
top secret
template.
Yeah, just a second.
Well, getting to it will have other information in there that might have like client information. Okay, let me just
Yep.
Let's see. 1 second. Shoot, where is it? There we go. Okay. You can go ahead and send it back to me now.
Alrighty. Let's see.
Or is there a way for me to just take it back?
Yeah, you right click and just make it self-presenter.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. So this is what I call my online presence analysis, OPA. OPA requested template. Okay, and this is generally how I do it. I used to look at duplicate content. I don't really think, in general, I don't think duplicate content is nearly as big a deal as people think. I think it's a natural part of the internet, and as long as you're not trying to rank for the same thing, same search phrases, it's not going to really, I don't think it's going to really hurt you too much. So I don't really check that out as much as I used to. Now, there are bad ways to use it, but generally speaking, I haven't found it to be as much of an issue. So, okay, so this is kind of the order that I go in, and this is the checklist. And what I'll do is I'll take notes. So let's say we're doing this.
And can you provide this checklist for us?
I'm really curious.
Can you provide this checklist for us?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great. That'll be very valuable.
Yeah. The first thing I always do, and this is not always, but I like doing this just because I'm always really curious.
I love templates by this. I think that, again, somebody could look at this and say, well, doesn't this, I want to be creative. Well, having templates like this helps you organize things once, and then that actually allows you to be much more creative inside of what you're doing. Again,
yeah,
a bit from law of implication.
You can modify this template as you go, and that doesn't mean, a lot of times I add stuff in here that I wasn't expecting that isn't part of the template. Yeah. But it's just, these are sort of things that I just want, most of the time I want to check all of these things.
Yeah.
Just kind of doing my homework. And
Right.
this is really good. So he's got an old domain, because I don't like new domains at all. And that's just my personal preference. I find that if their domain is less than a year old, I'm probably going to recommend that they get a different domain.
You buy an expired domain.
I buy an expired. That's a service I charge them for, and I say that this is one-time cost is going to be extremely, extremely valuable, and it's going to make everything better. And it's true, in my opinion. But, 2004, that's a really good domain. Okay, so, I don't always go in this order, but...
yeah, but definitely just walk straight through how you would do it. That'd be very valuable.
Let's go to SEMrush. So we went ahead and checked the domain name, so... I'm going to be in like a notes. I'm going to have I use OneNote. And I'm going to be in my prospects section, and I'm going to have one for Bill. So I'm going to be right here on Bill. So in fact, here's what we're going to do. We're going to copy this. This is the note I would have opened up. Okay, and my notes would, and then I would have this right here. So now we got age 2004. All right, so let's go back. And we're going to SEMrush. SEMrush is going to give you so much information right away to give you. It's just going to save you a lot of time from having to do stuff. Okay, let's see. So he's got a couple of ads, but it doesn't look like he's spending a lot. But here's, what we noticed was he had a little bit of search engine traffic, not a lot. He's got just a tiny bit. So he's getting a little bit of search engine traffic. Let's see what he's ranking for. Piano Movers Fort Worth. Piano Fort Worth, number 2. Let's go check that. Make sure that's true.
Yeah, and I noticed that you didn't ask him where he was, his location, probably because I was being such a jerk.
Yeah, I was a little taken off guard by that.
I'm sorry about that. I wanted to give you a little bit of the...
It's fine. And, normally...
By the way, what I gave you was probably one of the worst customer calls I've ever gotten. I don't even want to say one of the worst. One of the most difficult.
Yeah. Because you're trying to steer the conversation in a productive way, and they're not letting you.
Right.
They're just focused on one thing. And it's like,
And we'll do another one of these. We'll do another call to give you an idea. I don't want you to get scared off.
Yeah.
However, that is about worst case scenario. Interesting enough, David's never run into a call that difficult.
Never.
So that'll give you more of an idea on the gamut range here.
Yeah, never. So yeah, I normally would ask.
David, I'm going to grab an orange juice. I'll be right back, but just bear along.
Yeah. Normally, I would ask what area they work in. Sometimes their website will go ahead and tell us, either Fort Worth or Dallas. And so I don't always have to know that. I might have to ask it later, but usually I would try to ask, especially depending on the type of service that they provide. So yeah, I would say something like, "What area do you serve?" And it looks like they serve Dallas and Fort Worth. But we're picking that out right now. Use Pianos Dallas. Did you notice I'm actually using a different web browser to check? So War Piano is actually number 1 for Piano Fort Worth, but it doesn't get searched a lot. So it used Piano Dallas. We're just confirming the SEMrush because it doesn't update that often. I think it said they were they're right there at the bottom. So this is okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump immediately to Ahrefs. because I want to know right now. I want to know real quickly. So they have an old domain, and so that doesn't eliminate. That doesn't mean they need a new domain. Now let's just check to see if they're SEO, if they have bad SEO, or even any previous SEO really at all. Ooh, I like this. I like that a lot. Ooh, I like this a lot. So, I mean, when I'm looking at buying an AIDS domain, I'm going to look for something almost exactly like this. This is kind of dreamy. They've only got 41 links, which is kind of natural for a 10-year-old domain, and they've got social media. So this is right for. I bet he hasn't done SEO. Let's go to their homepage and see if they even had award piano. Yeah, they might have done a little bit of on-page or hired an on-page consultant, but I don't think they've done any off-page SEO. This is great. Got branded URLs, just generic URLs. So we're gonna make a note of this in here. I'm gonna put. Let's go back to here. I like to just make a quick note of the total number of links. Just overview. So we've got 41 backlinks, 27 referring domains, just linking root domains. I think that's what OpenSite Explorer calls it. Tweet 1, Facebook like 22, Facebook share 21. Okay, that's also going to help bring up the authority of their site. Let's check to see if they've got any social media. So they've got a Facebook page. So I'm going to make note of this. Let's go back. Let's see if they got any other social media. Oh, so no. But do they have a YouTube channel? Nope, it's Yellow Pages. Ooh, interesting. Okay, let's check this out. This is an interesting on Yellow Pages. Interesting. So they've hired someone from Yellow Pages to do something. So he's spending way more money than he needs to on this. Mike, are you there? Okay, Mike's not back there. I'm really curious if the guy actually said $1,000 because that surprised me. I mean, I was thinking it would be more like 100 or 200 because if it's $1,000, then they could be a customer, but at 100, it's probably less likely. But you never know. Like you sell a piano, or you rent a piano. Let's see if they've got some piano sales type stuff. Yeah. So they sell pianos, and it's clear that they sell used pianos. Let's do the used piano Dallas. Let's see. It goes straight to their homepage. Okay. I can't find either of these, which is fine. Let's check. Or piano.com. I just use this as SEO for Chrome to make a little shortcut. Okay, so they've got PageRank of 3, nice. Google Index 58. So we got PageRank 3. Those are all good. OpenSite Explorer. I check this less and less just because, again, good SEO can be hidden. So maybe he has that SEO done, but I haven't found it. I'm not as concerned about this. In fact, I'd kind of rather it be lower. DA 14. I think it's only 6 root domains, 89 total links. I trust Ahrefs a little bit more, but it is what it is. And a lot of times this includes internal links as well. Okay, let's go back to his site. And I'm going to go to the home page. And I don't always do this on-page part. It depends. Like if I'm recommending that they get a new site, then I'm just not going to mention it very much. I might spend 5 seconds on it, just mentioning it. But if I think their site's good, I'm going to go in here and I'm going to go, okay, title. I'm going to put this in here. H1, no H1. Keywords. We've got a lot of keywords. And this is already going to tell me And I got the description. Oh my God, that is just way too long.
Yeah, that's quite a meta. It's quite a meta description.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's just not necessary. It doesn't do any good to have all this other stuff in there, and you're not getting any value out of it. Hey, so you're back. So did you actually figure out how much he makes per client, per customer?
That I guessed on. I didn't. That was a great
because
question.
They sell pianos, but I imagine moving a piano that probably costs $500. Tuning and repair.
I figure if you tune and repair it, it's got to be a couple $100 a year at least. So
yeah, and so the value of that customer over a period. Refinishing, I imagine that's actually pretty expensive, especially for like a nice one. A piano rental, that's got to be really expensive as well because it probably includes moving, right? You got to move it twice. So I bet that's over $1,000. And then like a real piano, like I was just at a page. Let's go home. And I want to show you something, Mike, that I think is going to make you salivate a little bit.
Yeah.
That I noted. Okay, so they're selling these are like grand pianos. They're not like grand pianos, but look, here we go. $15,000, $10,000, $7,000. So yeah, I mean this is. Let me show you a couple things, Mike. Let me just recap.
Well, and let me point something out to you. Now that we're getting into a little bit inside baseball, business people looking to advertise tend to be making money. They'll tell you in a lot of cases they'll tell you they're poor. They'll feed you stories. Just generally try to be a bit cold-hearted when it comes to this stuff. Not because when I say cold-hearted, I really say that with a bit of a bit of a chuckle. Of course you can cut people deals here and there and so on, but really ultimately. It's just great to do business. It's very refreshing and enjoyable to do business with somebody who's making money, you're making money, and everybody is just being successful.
Someone told me that a couple of years ago when I first got started, and I didn't really understand it. I really didn't take it seriously. But he said, I heavily prefer businesses who are already successful. And there's there's like 10 different reasons why they're so much better.
And who said they prefer this?
Is one of the like a training program I took like a couple of years ago that was directly related to getting local client consulting, selling local client consulting.
Yep.
And there's several reasons. First of all, back to your point, which is that they're part of the game. They're just playing the game, and they're just trying to get the best service they can for the lowest price. I don't blame them for that. I do the same thing.
And one of the things I do, sometimes I'll let somebody in, like on a cheaper web design and so forth, just to see. Because like that whole thing, like, I'll refer you more people and this and that. It's
everyone says that.
Everyone says it. Like what they're trying to do is trade you in kind of future value. Yeah. And it's like
you have to ignore that.
Yeah, you just kind of want to get to the point where you make what I try to do is boil things down and get a deal going, and then you can kind of build from there. But anyways, you'll see how David's doing this is correct and excellent. Right. He's been very successful with it.
Yeah, with successful businesses also, they're marketing in different avenues. And so, like, I've had somebody come to me and, like, their whole marketing, they gave me their whole marketing budget. That's not a good position to be in because they're watching you like a hawk. And they're skittish as all get out. But if, there's other people who come to me and they've got probably like a $10,000 or $20,000 marketing budget and they're paying me $2,000, they're not going to be as long as I'm providing decent results, they're going to be happy. They're not going to be watching every step, and it's just a better position to be in. Not only that, but they understand how to have a good business relationship better. This is something else I ran into. People who are new to business that didn't understand how to treat it like a good long-term win-win relationship, and they took every chance they could to try to screw me over. And fortunately, I protected myself and exited the relationship. So, okay. Back to this. There's a couple things that I've noticed.
And by the way, just because we're talking about some of these difficult cases, it doesn't mean that there aren't a ton of just wonderful, enjoyable, happy, win-win situations out there. There's a ton of them.
I'd say that's the vast majority.
And the way to get to those, in many cases, is just to be you just stay professional. What David did was great on this call. Like, he stayed professional. You saw me on that cold call. I stayed professional. I giggled a little bit at the end when we got off it because for David and I, it was kind of funny to do a little bit together. It was a little like a cross between a crank call and money get.
That was awesome. I think we made magic right there. I think that was awesome.
Yeah, I thought it was cool too. And I'm fully joking when I say a crank call. It really wasn't a crank call. It was pretty funny. That kind of thing really can turn into money getting because That's the whole thing that's crazy about it is there's so much opportunity and so few SEO agencies out there at this point. It's crazy.
That know how to do anything. There's a lot of people selling it.
And there's just few of them, period, anyways. I mean, even...
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. Anyway, so go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So there's a couple really awesome things that I found here already. And this is why you do your research, because other people aren't going to find this because they're not going to do the research. They're going to answer that guy's questions on the phone. We'll be like, well, we have a package for 500, a package at 800, we have a package at 1200. Okay, but that's before you presented the value, and that's before you understood their situation.
Right.
That $800, if they have a penalized site, or a site that's got previous SEO that's sketchy, or a brand new domain, isn't going to go nearly as far as another 800. And you kind of need to do other things, and so you can't really answer that question.
Right.
And it's not a simple question as well, because it can vary dramatically. And pretty much, I've never had a business owner be as aggressive as you were. Maybe they've asked. Most people will ask once, if they ask at all, and if they ask a second time, and I divert them again.
I've had a couple pretty aggressive phone calls that were pretty aggressive on pricing recently.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you my experience. So So first of all, he's got an old domain. That's awesome. Let me move this to the forefront a little bit. He's got an old domain. I love that because there's not a lot of previous SEO. He's got only 41 backlinks, 27 total linking group domains, and his anchor text distribution is awesome. It's basically just all like branded and generic stuff.
Where did you find this guy in the pay-per-clicks with no SEO rankings?
No, I basically searched, what I searched? I searched like Dallas piano, and then I went to like page 5 or something.
Okay, great.
Or I think I did like Dallas piano repair.
Yeah.
Or Plano piano repair, and went to page 5.
Okay, great.
Okay. So let's go back to this. So so far I'm like really excited about this. Not only that, but he's got social media. He's got 22 Facebook likes and 21 Facebook shares. That's going to build the authority of his domain. So he's got an old domain that has a page rank of 3.
You can rank that Facebook
without a
page.
lot of links.
The other thing is you can rank that Facebook page. Easy. Lickety-split.
Right. He's already got a Facebook page. And here's the interesting thing. I found this video on his site, and it's actually a Yellow Pages video.
Yeah, these come up.
And so he spent money with Yellow Pages, which means
probably a lot. By the way, probably a lot of money. There's Yellow Pages.
Right. And so I was about to say, we already know he's overpaid for marketing.
Yeah.
And he's not going to know, and when we come in to talk about
people love to hear. There's the idea of sunk cost fallacy. This is again an incredible symptom in the human condition where people the more invested people are into something, the more this is one of the reasons why people don't want to make new sites. They want to recover their old site. Anytime you can tell somebody, hey, this thing that you had is worth something, more value than you thought, then that's great news. So, for example, one of the things we can do is say, I can take this video, rip it, and put it up on your own channel, and we can rank it, or we can just take the current video and rank it, and for just a little bit more, we don't have to shoot a new video or anything like that. We can take this video and rank it and get you lots more traffic. And does it link back to that site?
His site?
Yeah. That video. Can you go back to that video? The Yellow Pages.
To what?
The Yellow Pages video. Can you go back to the Yellow Pages video?
Okay.
What does it link to?
It links to Yellow Page. It links to this page right here.
That's fine.
Yeah, which actually links to his page. So
we can rank his Yellow Pages page too. So let's note this down, because again, the whole thing, we always want to keep search engine domination in mind. And one of the things I do, if I'm on the phone with somebody, and David's not as accustomed to this because because it's new, but I always refer people to Nashville SEO, Water Dam, St. George, let them know, hey, I can dominate for you.
Oh yeah, you better believe it. If you watched all of my sales presentations since I became #1 for Dallas SEO Expert, every single one of them has me saying Dallas SEO Expert, and I do it in a kind of a sneaky way.
But I'm also talking about the blanketing as well.
Yeah, that's true. And I might, I might start including that. Another thing I do is when I search Dallas SEO Expert, I don't do it to tell them to brag. I do it to try to sell them on.
Hey, is that Mars Online Marketing? Is that my video from Delaware SEO?
Where?
It is. That's my video from Delaware SEO Expert. I mean, it's the same basic video. I mean, he just used the same thing.
And he said the real Google search engines, which is...
Yeah, this is it. This is my Delaware SEO video.
I wonder if this is an NHDer.
Me too. Let's go to his site. I mean, it's the same basic idea. It's different stock footage, but it's got to be in an
The point is, yeah, I try to sell them on authorship, but at the same time, I'm showing them that I'm number one.
This looks great. I like this site.
Get the picture.
By the way, David, when you're doing website design for people, what are you? Can you go to the contact us? I want to see whose site that is.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
It's probably watching this video right now.
is trying to outrank me for Dallas expert.
Yeah, but there's so many spots.
I'm not
like
concerned.
launch hacking. It doesn't make a difference.
I'm so locked in that position that I don't think.
And there's just lots of search terms. There's lots of municipalities in different places, and it's really not much of a competition. So can you
Yeah, I'm going there.
Yeah, so go to contact us. Huh. Maybe give that phone number a call. Just find out who he is. I'm just kind of curious. I always just try to.
You're gonna call it right now?
Not right now. Maybe
okay.
later on. What was the contact number again?
Okay. 800-360.
Yeah, I may or may not call him, but we'll see. All right, sorry. Just go on ahead. Just a little random stuff here.
That's fine. So yeah, I mean, Mike brings up a really good point. I mean, I haven't been selling that. I haven't even needed that. And now that you have that, you know, you could definitely show them the level of domination that Nashville SEO.
Gets you fired up about GSA, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm not even using GSA, and I'm still ranking really well. And so I know that once I jump into that, it's going to make a big difference. Okay. So I did look at his site, and we're definitely going to want to change his description. It's an awful description. It's way too long. And also, piano insurance. To my mind, too many keywords. I like to keep the keywords pretty low.
A little over-optimized here.
Yeah, and let's look at his
that description is way over-optimized.
I wouldn't even say it's over-optimized so much as it's just bad.
Although
I guess he's putting just slamming a bunch of keywords in there.
Yeah, I think it's over-optimized. I wouldn't do it. Let's put him into Yext.
Okay.
Let's see what happens when we put him into Yext. I'm just kind of curious about this.
I don't normally do this, but I can see why you would do it. Let's go.
So what's his official business name? What does it say in the title tag?
Award Piano. McBriar's Award Piano.
But maybe it's just Award Piano. You think it's going to be McBriar's Award Piano?
I have no idea. We can always...
Let's have a look.
So it looks like they're already... I think
so he's got a power listing.
Yeah, he's already got Yext.
Fascinating. Yeah, and that's the kind of thing I would want to know going into things. Because he's already spent, because here's the crazy thing is, he's already done all the trouble to go through a Yext power listing. So he spent $450 on that, but yet he's not ranking his citations. It's crazy.
Yeah. No, this is, it's funny that 2 times in a row we just stumbled upon. I think this is a really great lead. I think this is someone who could, to be honest, could really use our services. That could really
I mean, just again, this is one of the reasons why I love looking at this stuff. Because one of the things I try to be is really compassionate. You know, this guy's working hard in his business. Look how much he's done. You know, he's figured out to go with Yext. He's got so many pieces of the puzzle together, and he's just missing, a Project Xer to step in. Look at Danny here. Danny and Monty have busted their butts here. Have a little compassion for these guys, right? Yeah. And Mary down there. And I'm not being tongue-in-cheek at all when I say this. Patrick, this is a family business. They're really into this. And they just, they're really into this. And they put a lot of focus into this. When they're thinking through their SEO decisions, they've gotten pitched. And they, have had ups and downs with it. They have this fine-tuned, stuff that, they're very experienced. So they have so much into things. Why shouldn't these guys dominate page 1 for
right.
Where are they?
There's only been maybe one other time when I saw something that this was this family oriented. I bet these people know pianos and know music.
Yeah.
I bet they know their stuff, and they've been around since 2004, so their site's still up. They're still making money, and so they're probably making money.
Where are they located?
Avenues.
Can you go to either the contact or the home site so we can figure out where they're located?
Here's the best thing that I do is just put their. Let me see if I can do this as well.
Why don't they have their address listed? I don't understand.
Maybe it's because they have sort of like a warehouse. Oops.
Louisville, Texas. Where's that?
It's about 30, 45 minutes. I live like here, so this is.
So what's it close to?
This is the This is Dallas Airport. Let's see if the 817 number. The 817 number is actually Fort Worth, so it's most likely that it's either the same thing or it's further away. But let's just check.
Yeah, this is stuff that it's just worth it to figure this stuff out.
Yeah, it's extremely important. Okay. Showing results.
Is it showing where it is?
It's
Fort Worth.
It's being difficult. Okay, so those are the 2 locations.
So they have 2 locations.
Oh, that's awesome.
So they can rank. So we can rank them for Fort Worth. We can rank them for Dallas. We can rank them for
Carrollton. In Louisville. Louisville's a pretty big
and
suburb.
by the way, this is the kind of thing we talked about in our previous videos about the higher the ticket, the broader the range we can go. So we can really go all over the DFW area: Plano, Garland, Dallas, Fort Worth.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Arlington.
You'll drive from Garland all the way to Louisville if you think that's the best. If they've got the right piano.
Denton's right there. So
I think pianos are one of those things where like you can't really just go, okay, I want a piano and I want this kind of piano and just find it right away. There's a certain limited stock. So think about how many a warehouse can carry. They can't carry 10,000 pianos in one place. So if one place has the piano you want, you're going to drive 45 minutes to go there. So you're spending $20,000 or $10,000. So you're right. So yeah, we could totally target that. I think this is a really I'd say this is a hot lead, and I bet they're not going to. Here's the thing about this compared to the dentist. These people aren't getting contacted nearly as much as the dentists are. The dentists are getting called probably every day for people not like us, but people trying to sell the same services.
Right.
Or not the same services, but a very crappy version of the same services.
Yeah, it's definitely not the same thing where you're controlling your links with your PBNs and stuff.
Right. So if this person called me at first, when you called me and you said piano, it's kind of like, oh, okay. Like you said, you don't know who the real buyers are. You'd be surprised at I didn't assume that he was going to be bad, but I kind of thought, okay, well, what's that, $100, $200 for piano repair? But it turns out, they sell pianos, and there's other services they have that he didn't lead with that are extremely, extremely valuable. And
Great.
To where we can make a lot of money on. They have multiple locations.
So how are we going to price this sucker out?
Okay.
What I'd love to do is actually one of the things we can do here is after you figure out the pricing, would you shoot a video for this guy for us to include?
I'll shoot a video for him, and I'll show you a way in which I'll target him to where I don't even have to cold call. You know what I'm talking about? Let's do. I haven't done this. Someone taught me this a while ago, and I haven't done it yet, but. Let me just go through the basics real quick. What was it? No, let's see. What did we type in? Was it McBriar's?
Yeah.
Award piano.
I like that name.
So there's a couple things we can do. Let's go here because I mentioned this is the original location. Okay, here's another thing. The good thing is that they have unique names. So we go to Meet Our Crew. Danny McBriar. Let's see if he's got a Facebook page. This might not work, but LinkedIn. No. All right. Well, sometimes that works out.
Sure.
We can find. A lot of times, what we can do is we can find his Facebook page. We can pull his unique Facebook ID, and and then put an ad on Facebook just for him.
Oh yeah, that's fun.
And so it just follows him around all day, and we can bid as high as we want, and make sure that we get like every time he's on Facebook, he sees us, and it takes him to that video.
That's funny.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely, dude. That's funny.
So that's pretty cool, but it, like I said, it doesn't always work. Okay, so yeah, I can definitely create a video for this, and if I create a video, I'm going to send it. And what I might do is there's another way I do it where I package it into a DVD and send it through the mail.
I like that.
Burn it to a DVD. So, because I think I think these people could be a $2,000 or $3,000 a month client easily, $1,000 a month easily.
Yeah.
You have to present it right. And if they called me and asked me, and I said $1,000 a month, for a while I said that, like that was my minimum. But now I'm not saying that anymore, without qualifying it heavily, or at least getting to where we talk about value a little bit, because they hear $1,000 a month and they think they're thinking what Yellow Pages did for them.
Right.
And they don't understand. No. Yeah. This is gonna drive real business to your doors.
Yeah, this is gonna work.
So, yeah. Make sure I save this. Let me just save this to my desktop. Okay. Nick Breyer. And normally I would do this in OneNote, so I wouldn't even have to save it, and it would automatically sync, and when I went home I could use it too. But yeah, so let's create an offer. So first, I haven't looked at the competition. I'm going to look at that just real quick. Sometimes I don't even look at it. We also didn't do any keyword research. Let's just look at the organic keywords real quick. And let's do just a little bit of keyword research. So that's actually part of this thing right here. Keyword research, check SEMrush. You don't always have to do the keyword research at first. So let's do.
I think it'd be good to do the keyword research if we can.
Yeah, just to make sure that because it helps us make a calculation on how much money we can send them, and the numbers don't lie. When we send them that number and it's $5,000 a month or $10,000 a month, they go, ooh, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think Fletch. I remember Fletch doing the same thing with some of the deals he signed, where he was like, all right, I can make you $500,000 this year. Give me $3,000 right now, or something like that. And it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do pianos, Dallas, pianos, Fort Worth. And I'm going to, I don't think many people do this, and I think that they're sorely disappointed by they massively overestimate the results. There's a lot of people who search that who aren't really customers who are outside. Okay.
All right, and we are back. I'm on the front page of Nashville SEO here. So, David, you just did the pricing breakdown in the pricing video. Do you want to go over how you fulfill at this point? So, of course, people have access to the pricing and then the pricing video that you would have created for our friends at the piano, and we can give more examples as we go from here. But how would we then go about fulfilling things? Like, how would you go about fulfillment, communication with the customer, even finalizing the deal, the contract? How would we go about? So somebody gets your video, they watch it, they maybe call you back with a few questions, but they basically accept one of your packages. First of all, what happens? We were just talking about this. You just got an email back from a new potential client. They have some questions. They want to know, well, can I get better pricing? Or are there different packages available? How do you deal with fielding those questions?
So it really depends on the questions, and I try to, like we talked about, try to remain professional at all times, and even if they're asking for, she's basically in this exact example, basically asked for, how low can you go? And I've given her 3 packages, and the lowest I want to go is what I gave you. That's the lowest price. And in the past, I've been a little bit more flexible on how do I put this, on my price, and I've taken the lowest price and knocked it down a little bit. And every single time, it's not been, if they're not willing to pay what I've given my lowest, they're probably not going to be a good client anyways. And most of the time, pretty much everyone who's come to that has just been it just hasn't been worth it to me. Because it's a lot of time and energy to get somebody in your doors, to communicate with them, for them to be able to call you. There's a cost to every business relationship. And
Sure.
you really have to take that into account. And if they can't afford $1,000 a month, and they say, how about 500? I could understand if you're just starting out and you're just trying to get your reps and try to understand how to do this, and it's more of like you're thinking of it like a training and you're really not trying to make money on them, then that makes sense. But at some point you can't build a business on that. And again, those people aren't probably going to be very good customers.
Sure.
They're not going to be long-term customers, and
Sure.
they can't afford $1,000 a month.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go into the fulfillment. So, what do people get, and why is it that what do they get, and what are you charging for? Maybe you could pull up a notepad document and kind of walk through.
I'll just show the proposal that I sent in the video that I made, and you can just if you want me to share my screen, I'll show you the proposal, and then we can go from there.
Okay. Then we'll go through how to actually.
Nothing will not go to me. There we go. Sorry, if there's something that I can do, you can tell me later. Okay, so here's what I did, and actually, if you watch the video, I accidentally, when I was shooting the video, I actually had it right here first. What I prefer to do is do this first, and I have it so they can't see the recurring packet leads.
Yeah.
Because I want to go over this first, and I want them to be distracted by the $4,400 a month down here. And there's always some sort of on-page consulting.
Yeah.
I definitely put a high premium on that because they're getting a lot of value for one time, and it's one of those. There's a story about a lot of people be like, but some of the stuff, might only be an hour of work, but that's fine. All that hour of work comes from all that studying and all that testing and all that experience that you have. There's a story about the plumber who comes, spends 5 minutes at your house and fixes your pipes and charges you $200.
And besides, if you can do it in an hour, they paid you $1,500. You can always just put a few more hours into it and do a better job. I mean, come on.
Well, sometimes it's just that's all it takes. Or like I've got a guy, I know what to do, and I've got a guy I've trained, and I send it up. I create the structure of it and I send it off to them.
Sure.
And this is where a lot of people make really big mistakes. For what they're getting here, I think there's a tremendous amount of value because the structure of their site isn't set up right. They don't have silos.
Yeah.
If you go to their site, let's go to awardpiano.com. They've got these drop downs right here. First of all, they shouldn't have that.
Yeah.
Second of all, it's not really set up for silos, which they should because they've got all sorts of
information
sort of
categories.
silos, I guess.
Yeah.
This isn't bad, but it's not. It's self-playing pianos. They sell a lot more stuff, so it's really not set up right. And then also the homepage is not set up right. So I still think this is a really good deal because I'm exaggerating a little bit when I say it just takes an hour, but it will take more than an hour. But if you were to calculate the hourly rate, it's very high.
Sure.
That's just because I'm putting all my experience and all my knowledge into this, and otherwise they would be and here's what I found with on-page.
Yeah, and let's walk through what they would get for that $1,500 because we're getting into fulfillment here.
Okay, so again, I would fix all their.
But by the way, do you ever do web design for people? And if you do, what theme do you use?
Yeah, I always use Catalyst if it's up to me. I prefer. This is my personal preference, and I know that.
And Catalyst, and of course, nowadays, if you're new, it would be Genesis instead of Catalyst, but it's basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Genesis is the next generation. I just have already bought Catalyst, and
same here. Same with me.
Yeah, it's a really it's a WordPress theme that allows me to make changes that I normally would have to do CSS for in order for me to do. So usually what I do is I install Catalyst on it, and I have two guys that I've trained with Catalyst. One of them is already a web designer. One of them is an assistant that kind of likes to do it. And basically, if I do web design, I'll do that. I prefer not to do web design. I actually have a web design project manager that spends maybe a couple hours a week to where.
Now, if somebody has gets Catalyst or Genesis and they've watched the training videos, what would you? Is there anything that you would kind of add to that over and above just the straightforward training that Genesis?
Your web design training videos? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, yeah. I mean, just the web design training videos and tutorials that Genesis offers or that the Catalyst offers.
Oh,
is there anything that,
as far as I remember, they have really good details. There was by a former NHB member. He had a Catalyst training. I don't know how necessary it is. I think it's helpful. As far as I understand, their forums are actually really good. It's where you can go on there and ask a question and get an answer. And their training videos are okay. And
Okay.
the good thing I like about it is, for me at least, it's pretty intuitive. And
and if you have questions, you can go on the Facebook group, and you can, in a lot of cases, you can ask Mike Hayden or Clinton Dixon.
Yeah, and even I've answered. I understand Catalyst. I think my guy is better than in it now, but I paid to train him. I have no problem paying people to train it who have shown that they are good workers. And so yeah, if I'm going to do web design, what I'm going to do, and this inevitably happens, if I were having to do like a new website, because they need a new domain, then I'm going to have to do web design. And I don't charge a whole lot.
What are you going to charge for that?
Usually I just include it in the on page, and a lot of times what they get is they get like a copy of their current site as far as like the look and feel. And you just kind of copy it, and I charge $1,000 to $3,000 for it, depending on I'll take the on page and the design, and I'll charge like $3,000 for it, or something, $2,500 to $3,000.
Got it. So you're charging an extra $1,000 to $1,500 over and above the current $1,500.
And I know that you can get way more from people than that. I just don't focus on it. I don't want them to take a lot of time from it, and I want to move on to what provides them with the money. Okay. Which is the ranking, and that's where I make the money too. And
and if you want to get more money out of web design, then just get more into web design. You can charge more money. There you go.
Right, exactly. My sales pitch is, look, I'm not a web design expert. I'm an SEO expert, and I have a team that does it, and they're good. And actually, my web design project manager knows more about web design than I do, probably. But so you can talk to him, you can call him, and I don't want here's what I don't want: the day-to-day things of web design. When I've done it in the past, there's all these little tweaks here and there. I don't want that gunking up my day, because when I'm working on something, I want to dig into a client's project, and I want to stay there for 2 to 3 hours straight and really knock it out of the park. And there's certain cost of productivity when you're constantly coming and going in and out of tasks. And if you've got 3 web design projects going at the same time, and each one of those people's calling you 2 or 3 times a week, that's going to crush your productivity.
Yeah.
Personally, that's how I work. And
it's good. It's good to note these things because we're really trying to get an idea of what this looks like to fulfill. Okay.
Yeah.
So
okay.
So go ahead. Keep moving.
So I would send it to web design. I would send it to my project manager and my main web designer. He's not like a coder, but he knows like CSS and stuff, and I've trained him on Catalyst. So I would send that to him, and most of the stuff I would plan it out, and a lot of times I end up making some of the changes myself. He kind of sets it all up, and there's little tweaks that I go in and double check and make sure everything's right, and then I talk to the client about certain things. And also, here's another thing that I think is different that a lot of people don't do. I always now ask my clients to write any new content that I want. I've had writers and local writers as well, like U.S. writers, and they still don't like it. And if it's a landing page that a potential customer is going to land on, I'd rather them write, even if it's just like 2 or 3 sentences, or maybe 2 or 3 paragraphs, because they're going to understand much better how to speak to their market than anyone else.
Yeah, and a tip for people: when your customers ask what to write, it's typically the best thing for them to do to essentially shoot a short sales video on the subject. So to give you an idea, with Gold, I know Gold's an affiliate thing, so you wouldn't probably have a client for this, but with Gold, one of the early mistakes that we made in conversion with our sites was to try to convince people to buy Gold. And the thing is, once people are searching for Gold, they know they want Gold. Right. Yes, you can still talk about inflation and printing currency and so forth. That's fine. But really, at the end of the day, you want to sell Gold at that point. What I mean is you want to sell your program, your affiliate purchase. So I've got a guy who's got, I just got off the phone with him while David was making his video. So I just got a new client myself recently, and he's doing medical stuff. So he's doing joint pain, hip pain, shoulder pain. And I said, well, what I want is, ideally from you, I want a short video from you that's, a 2-minute video on not telling people that they want to fix their joint pain. They know that. If somebody is searching the internet for shoulder pain, Plano, Texas,
they already know they want to get rid of their shoulder pain.
Right. Don't sell them that. That's
what
ridiculous.
A writer is going to do for you. They're going to just come up with generic content related to it. Better to write two sentences of engaging content.
And remember, you can use with vSilo. You can silo things out. You can just ultimately silo things out and just stick a video on there, and it's fine. Yeah. You can have a video and a 2-sentence blurb, and that can be.
Wait till it ranks.
Yeah, and then that can be what you say on it, or that can be it forever. Right? You don't really have to say more than having a video and a couple sentences can oftentimes be fine. Okay, great.
So
Good.
An important piece of the puzzle here that I actually neglected to include, but okay, good, they have WordPress. That makes me feel a lot better. If they don't have WordPress, I can usually do it for them. I tell them this, but there might be additional fees. I don't mind including the WordPress fees in there because I can do things quickly, and
what fee would you charge for WordPress?
For WordPress I wouldn't charge a fee because it's
right. But to switch over to WordPress, what would you charge?
Oh, like to convert a website to WordPress? Is that what you're asking? Or
yep.
It's normally I wouldn't. It would be more like to work on their site. Like I have a client who has like an HTML site, and my guy works in Dreamweaver. In that case, I would charge maybe. I wouldn't charge a whole lot. I'd probably charge $300 to $500, and as
a one-time fee, or is that per month?
Yeah, it'd be a one-time fee, and it really depends on what they need. If they need a couple simple things, then it's not going to be expensive. But if they need complex things, or if it's something that my guy I have to create training for my guy for, I would prefer not to do this. And my preference is actually just to figure it out and make the recommendations, send it on their way. Like if they have some obscure CMS, which has happened before. The problem with that, it's not completely good. The problem with that is sometimes it takes them a long time to do it. Well, my guy's really fast, and I know I can do it. If I need to get it done, I can just go and do it myself for the most part. So it's good that they have WordPress, but I might charge extra if they don't have WordPress. So like Joomla or something, that's just going to cost a little extra because it's more time consuming, and I can't personally do it myself. So. And I've charged as little as like $850 or $950 for just basic on-page SEO, where I'm not really restructuring their site. I'm just kind of fixing a couple pages and setting up the titles, the header, the keywords in the description. And I've charged as much as like $2,000 or $3,000 for on-page SEO for like a bigger, where they need the structure of their site changed. They need to figure out how things. And this one's kind of in between. I don't feel like it's horrible, but it's something that there's definitely needs to be some decent fixes before you do any of the other stuff.
Got it.
So the other thing I do is I still got up what I was using in my video. Is I'll go in here and I'll sell them on authorship. And I did, here's me. You can see my face, and I tell them basically, it increases your click-through rate. So if you look here, there's no faces. Our eyes are drawn to faces. We think we see a face on the moon.
Yeah, exactly. There's none of that. There's also no videos on there.
Right. There's no videos. So our eyes are drawn to that. There's more here. Yeah. But also it ties together all your social media accounts with Google, which helps with SEO in the long term.
Sure. And for fulfilling that, you're just going to use Greg's Google authorship videos that are right in your project.
I just have my own process now. It's been a long time since I probably learned it from him, and then got my own step-by-step process.
I'll tell people where that is. Let me just pull it up right now.
Yeah, I think really
it's in the on-site structure, keywords and silo structure. So you go to your Project X main page, and then the first link is your website supremacy. The second link is your domination main page. The third is your website structure main page, and it's on the website structure main page. Second link from the bottom, gaining Google authorship. So that's where
most of the time, it can if it works perfect the first time, it can take 10 minutes. But sometimes there's issues, and for some reason, sometimes it just doesn't seem to work right the first time. It can take a little longer, but I'm not pricing these on how much work it costs me. I'm pricing these on how much value I think I'm providing.
Okay, and now when you're creating one video for $950, how are you doing that? Are you doing a whiteboard video?
Yeah, I use Sparkle.
Yeah,
that's my
you just
main
do it yourself.
thing.
Yep.
Yeah, but also I'm open to like, hey, just guiding them on shooting something for them. Maybe them getting a customer.
And so if they want to shoot it themselves, will you knock some off the price?
No, because that's not where I'm providing the value. The video doesn't take that long, and anybody can make a video.
Okay, great. And then what are you going to do to rank the video? You can just use Greg's ranking technique. You can also use your social domination main page stuff.
I don't remember exactly.
You can also just use Fiverr C-Work services.
I generally I kind of tried different things. I like Abby.
Abby's great too. Yeah, you can use Abby Hunjo for sure.
Since I started using her on anything that I link to, my results have gotten way up. So I highly recommend Abby.
Yeah, I definitely recommend Abby Hunjo. She's marketpacer@gmail.com. That's marketpacer@gmail.com.
She's got a website, marketpacer.com, and you can just go. I think you got like services, YouTube marketing. I'm surprised at how cheap it is. I mean, like $2 for 1,000 views, and yeah, it's cheaper elsewhere, but the views come at a slow rate. And
yeah, she's just fantastic.
They're quality views. Yeah, this is a rockin' deal. Don't tell her this, and hopefully she doesn't see this. I'd probably pay $10 for these 1,000 views. Because it's that good, and maybe even more. I was shocked when I saw the price of it. Anyway.
Yeah.
So, and this is actually something I know I've never put this in here. I've never done YouTube account setup and optimize. I've never done that before. And most of the time it's multiple on page and maybe some age domain and then Google authorship and then maybe something else. And I just wanted to create something else, and I thought that there would just be a little bit of extra work here. And I'm realizing I'm taking some other training on YouTube, and that doing the on page for your channel, it matters. There's some things on there that you need to fix. And again, I'm providing expertise that I spend time training and learning and testing. And so even if they don't do anything recurring, this is going to provide value to them.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, great. So that's the recurring. And then let's get into the packages. This is where you really want to, where you personally are really making your money. So,
so there's.
Go ahead. Go for it.
Go ahead. Okay, so there's a couple things that I really want to point out that I've started off doing that I've not done anymore for several reasons. So I used to have like a details down here about exactly what I would do with each one, and I've deleted that because I think you kind of want to be generic intentionally. Number one, you don't want to tell. I don't want to tell them every little thing I do. I don't want to show them every blog PBN link, because then if the relationship goes bad, they could actually use that against us. But also just because you kind of have to stay flexible. Each month they do something a little different, and sometimes a scenario presents itself that you aren't aware of that is an opportunity, or something bad happens that you need to take care of that is different than what you'd originally planned.
Right.
And so I try to be kind of generic, but I talk a lot about this. And so there's a couple things I talk about. So power link building. One thing I emphasize is start at the top package. And the point of this package isn't necessarily do I think that they'll pay for this. Okay, and actually there's one thing I need to do first. And actually I closed it, so it's not going to show it. Let me see if I can pull this up. So I showed them that before I got into that, before I even showed them the prices, I came into here. This is my click-through rate spreadsheet, and I know that people have different numbers. And actually, based upon their keyword research, just for Dallas, it was like 1,320 searches after I filtered out all the stuff that I didn't want to do. Okay, and this was more like, I think I put this at like 30% and like 15%, and then I did like 750. Okay, so I said this is ranking about 3 on average. This is conservative. So I'm taking this traffic and I'm multiplying it by 2 and then multiplying it by 0.7. This is to kind of tone down the traffic and say that, you know, maybe 30% of the total possible visitors just aren't real possible customers at all.
Sure.
But I'm multiplying it by 2 because my rough guess is that of the traffic that Google is showing in the keyword research, there's at least double of that out there that they just don't show. They search 5 times a month or 5 times a year or 1 time a year. There's a ton of that traffic, the long tail traffic. Okay, and I explained that to them. So this is the available traffic. Multiply it by percent captured, blah, blah, and multiply it down. Boom. $6,000 yearly revenue increase per month from SEO.
Right.
Okay. And so when I showed them this, I remember in the video, and you'll see this in the video if you watch it, I said, would you pay $1,000 a month for that? Would you give me $1 for me to give you $6?
Yeah.
And so I'm setting them up. Not setting them up, but the best way to explain, you're framing the situation, and law of implication. He talked about every time before he tries to make a sale, David Mills, he always before he puts the price up there. He always puts a bigger number up there. Always.
Yeah, anchoring. Yeah, anchoring.
Yeah, and that's powerful stuff. Now I'm saying this is conservative. This is Dallas only, and then there's a lot of other cities, Richardson.
Yeah, Fort Worth, like we saw. Yeah.
Fort Worth is a big city. Plano. There's lots of little suburbs that they can all target.
Yeah.
In fact, if you go to the website, they've got a long list of a lot of suburbs. So this is just Dallas. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm starting them off with like this is a conservative situation, and I'm making a guess here. Some of their services I think probably cost a couple hundred, and some of their services might be up to 10,000. So
Yeah.
this is a rough estimate. I think this is a pretty good estimate. Okay, so
Nice.
and then so I go, okay, well, but let's say you want to dominate.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you get 30% of all this traffic. That's $18,000 a month,
Right.
in your pocket, right? And let's say we work on your conversion rate, and then we work on your sales, right? So you want $500,000 more in your business every month, every year. To be fair, can you handle 55 new customers per month?
Yeah.
This is exactly what I'm telling them. And then we go, okay, well, let's say we also expand, just be conservative, into other cities. I think this is the highest number I showed in the video, something like this.
Yeah. Can you give us a copy of this spreadsheet?
Yeah. And I know people have different numbers here. This is just my experience.
Yeah, but let's just I think people would love to have this spreadsheet. I think this would be amazing.
I think this is really valuable for
I agree. I think this is absolutely invaluable. So now for fulfillment on this stuff, so if someone takes the $1 package, then really you got to be really looking with that power link building to getting them $1 for a lot of categories. I mean, you really want $4,400 a month.
I'm going to try to crush it for them for sure.
Yeah.
I'm going to even see if it's possible. I'm going to spend every dime of that in the first month. I don't even know if I can do that, but if I can, I will, because it's not about the first month. It's about keeping a client for life.
Right.
Get a client. That's the most expensive thing in business, getting clients. So what am I going to do? Okay, first I'm going to go, okay, wow, I just got a big client. Now I got a lot of work to do. And then I got to figure out what I'm going to do, because I haven't really done this as well. I'm probably going to pick up GSA, and if you haven't gotten GSA, make sure you go through the training in Project X. And
how do you report to clients?
I give them at the beginning of the month. I tell everyone within the first couple business days, I send a rankings report.
Can we see that? Can we see a report?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull.
And if you don't have one handy right now, can you just supply one for us later on? Because I don't want to get into sensitive data for you.
Yeah, I'm worried about.
Yeah, can you just give that to us after the fact?
No, this is fine. I've got one right here. This is actually an old. It's a month old. This is my own site, so I'm fine. This is not my client site. And this is how I do it. I put in a spreadsheet each month, and it's like usually at the beginning of the month there'll be like 2-1, 3-1.
And how are you getting this? Are you getting this from SEMrush?
I use Microsoft Masters, and I just export the data and then pull it into here using the VLOOKUP. Here, Let me show you. I'll show you real quick.
Can you provide us with this spreadsheet as well?
Yeah. Hi, Danny, and the other McFryers. My name is David Hood, and I was just kind of stumbling around the internet. I actually think that I can help you a lot, generate a lot more business, and I'm going to show you a little bit about how I can do that. And I think you guys are actually in a really unique situation to where you can take advantage of some assets that you already have much faster than most people. You're in a really good position, and you've done a lot of things right. There's just several pieces of the puzzle missing to where you could really crush it. So if you were to search up Dallas SEO Expert, you can see me. This is me. Hey, how's it going? Actually, I also have a video on number 3, so number 1 and number 3. My business partner, Mike Long, Nashville, he lives in Nashville. And Nashville SEO, you've got number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7. And then there's one guy on the first page. These other 2 are ours. And so, we can just blanket it, the first page for our customers. Here's an example. So water damage St. George, you search this in Google. ServPro is a customer, and number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and yeah, they're only once in here. Number 5, actually this is not them. Wait. Okay, here we go. We've got several more down here. So, but more importantly, they got the top 4 spots, and that's going to capture a vast majority of the traffic right there, because most people won't go beyond that, especially because they have such good reviews right here. So that's kind of the level if you go really aggressive that you can expect. And so you're actually in a really unique situation, and I want to show you some information about that. Okay, so what puts you in a really good position? And the first thing is that you have an old domain. So I can see that you registered the domain in 2004, and that's really good. That's a good sign. Google loves old domains. It makes it a lot easier to rank, and they just trust them more. And you can just be more aggressive with them and do more with them. The other thing is I'm looking at, these are essentially your links. So links have a big factor in SEO, and if I haven't defined SEO, it's search engine optimization. Basically, it's ranking things in Google and all the other search engines. So it really doesn't look like you've done any SEO because you don't have very many links. These are probably naturally occurring links. You have 27 domains linking to you, and you don't have any anchors. This is the anchor text is the whenever you go to click on something. Let's see right here. So visit website is the anchor text right here. So if we go here, we can maybe find visit website. Maybe it just does website. It should show here, but for some reason it doesn't. That's the anchor text. And a lot of times for SEO, if someone were to want to rank for, let's say, Dallas piano movers, they'd put Dallas piano movers in here a bunch. So I can tell that you haven't really done any off-page SEO. So that's actually a really good sign, because with the latest updates, it's with people who don't know how to do SEO really well, they can really hurt a site and make it so that it's worse off than it was before. There's a lot of sites that have got penalized that were doing SEO. It's kind of actually a wasteland out there from the last major update. Late last year, there's a lot of opportunity out there to rank stuff really well, and that's why we're able to do stuff like massive rankings, like what I showed you. So those two together, you have an old domain and you haven't done previous SEO. That's really working for you. The other thing is that you have social media. Okay, this is also good. Now the problem is that you need this set up right, and you need to do high quality, powerful links back to your site. And then what you need to do is, if you go to your site, the structure of how your site is set up and how you put like your title, the title of your page and your keywords, and not just that, but how all your pages interact with each other makes all that other stuff far more powerful. So you need some updates there. And the good news is that that's pretty simple. It doesn't require, your site might not even look that different. It'll just kind of, the flow of things will look different, and some of the stuff in the background that Google sees that your visitors don't see will look a little different. So that's why you're in a good position, because you don't have, it's rare that I see someone that has that. Not only that, but I see that you have video and you spent money with yellow pages, and I know that they're way overcosted. And if you're spending this money with yellow pages and also with Yext, you're set up and you're in a good position. But you're spending the money in my mind, in the place that doesn't give you the most return on your investment. This place is not. These things by themselves generally are not going to provide a return. But there are little things that have added up and that will give you benefit if you put it together with the other pieces of the puzzle. Okay. So I can see this is a tool called SEMrush that shows me like what you're ranking for. It's dated in that it checks it like maybe once a month, or last update 1 day ago. I didn't see this personally. I couldn't confirm this, but you have some okay rankings. But at the 15th spot, even for something that gets searched 90 times a month, you're not going to get any traffic. It's just too infrequent. So like, what is the potential here? What is the potential for you to make money? Let me show you a little bit right here. So all I did was I looked at Dallas. I didn't look at Fort Worth. I didn't look at Louisville. I didn't look at Carrollton. I didn't look at Denton. I didn't look at anything else close to your location. Just Dallas, just to simplify it and see what I could find. And what I've done is I've filtered it for all these different search phrases that people are searching. Okay, so what you got here is, this is my own little note right here. So if I wanted to just look at movers, I can just look at movers. Or if I just wanted to look at used, I can just look at used, just to see kind of, well, what's going on. This is Dallas, because there's some that aren't labeled Dallas, so you just got piano prices. So this is how many people within the DFW Metroplex search for piano prices. So you can still capture that, but I'm trying to be conservative here with my estimations, okay? And this is relevance to Dallas piano. So as you get further down here, piano classes, I should actually probably just delete that, right? I tried to filter through this as much as possible with piano rental. I noticed you guys do that. I imagine that's a pretty nice service to get into. I mean, piano movers, and maybe you charge, what, $500 for that? I don't know. It depends. Maybe $1,000. If you become #1 for that, then and 2, 3, 4, you can pretty much name your price. This right here is a search volume, so 70 times a month people type in Dallas pianos. And this is if you were to do the pay-per-click. So if we were to go do Dallas pianos, if you were to bid right here, okay, that's about how much it would cost per click. So I imagine the piano movers is a pretty nice business because the pay-per-click is pretty high. Okay, that doesn't mean that there's still. I mean, if you sell a used piano, even a used piano, it's probably at least a couple $1,000s. And I imagine that if you rank #1, if you dominate the first page for Dallas piano, or something close to that, then even if you just got #1, you're gonna get a lot of business from that. So, what does this mean in terms of your pocketbook? So let's run the mouse over this right here. So we got 1,320 searches per month for just these, and I really feel like there's a lot more. I know there's a lot more. Generally, how it works is these are just the search phrases that Google is telling me that get a significant amount of search volume. there's actually a very large amount of searches that Google doesn't show search volume for, but they get together, they get a lot more. They get a lot of searches. I would estimate about half the total searches Google's not going to even show. That's because there's a lot more of them, but they might get searched 2 or 3 times a month, maybe even two or three times a year. But there's tons of them, and they're more complex variations of what happens here. Not only that, but Google has stated that about 30% of searches are brand new searches no one's ever searched before. And that's because people go in there, and we're getting more sophisticated with how we use the search engine. So we're typing in more complex things. So, generally if you rank well for these, then you're going to rank well for a lot of other ones that we're just not going to even track. But just to give like an estimate of what kind of money, this revenue this could generate, let's say, okay, so this is kind of the click-through rates of the different rankings. So if you rank number 1 for something that gets searched 100 times a month, you're going to get about 37% of the traffic, about 35 to 40% usually. It can vary. And so let's say 35 visitors a month to your site. And immediately drops by about half to number 2, and then it drops pretty quickly after that. Okay, so you really want to be high. But if you capture a lot of that, let's say you got the first 5 spots, or even the first 4 spots, that's 70% of the traffic that you can get. But what we're going to do is I'm going to use, I took that 1340, actually it was 1320, the deleted one, and this is what I would call the available targeted traffic. And what I did was I multiplied it by 2, and then I multiplied it by 0.7, because there's going to be a certain percentage of people in there that I just would not even consider to be leads. Usually rough estimate is about 30% that they just weren't ever a customer in the first place and couldn't even turn into a customer. Just trying to be conservative on it. I could technically leave that in there because I'm kind of filtering it out throughout here, but I'm trying to be conservative again. Okay, so let's say you get 20% capture. Let's say you got a lot of number 1 and number 2 rankings. Well, actually, let's start off a little more conservative. Let's say number 3. We average rank number 3. There's no domination at all. 10%. Okay, so it's about 185 visitors a month. Let's say about 30% of those people give you a call or stop by your store. So it's about 55 new leads per month. Let's say you close, and this is something I'm having to guess at. Let's say you close 15% of them into customers. Okay, that's about 8.3 customers per month. And it seems like with the services that you provide, let me look at your services real quick. It seems like there's a wide variation of costs here. So piano rental, I imagine that's expensive because you got to rent the piano, but then you have to move it twice, right? And then you have moving and storage. I guess the storage, I don't even know how to price that. Tuning repair, I imagine, is less expensive, but if you get a good customer, I imagine it's also recurring. So I don't know how often you need to tune your piano, maybe once a year. We have a piano, we don't tune it as much as we should. But it's not an expensive service, but, maybe that's a couple $100. I guess it depends. And maybe a big repair, actually, if someone's got a $20,000 grand piano, they might be willing to spend $1,000 or $2,000 getting a really good repair on it. So just a couple different, it really varies. So I'm trying to come up with a really rough estimate of how much the value of a single customer to you. And that's not just the initial sale. Again, if it's like a recurring thing, that should be accounted for. Okay, so this would be the revenue increase per month from SEO, and then $74,000 additional. So, I mean, would you be willing to pay $1,000 a month for this? I would think so. Let's say we start dominating, and we blanket those first page for some things, and then other things were just in the top 3 or something. Let's say we can get, well, not dominate. Let's say we get closer to dominate. Okay, so now we're looking at $12,000 a month and $150,000 a year. Okay, let's say we start really dominating and we capture about 30% of that total traffic. Okay, so that's $18,000 and $224,000 per year. Would you be willing to spend a couple $1,000s to get that? I would think so. And this is just Dallas. We can target Fort Worth, we can target Louisville, we can target Carrollton, Denton, Plano, we can target all that stuff. I imagine that especially for something where you come out there, like a mover or repair, I bet you go to them. You'd be willing to go a certain distance for that. So let's just make a really rough estimate and say Dallas, the combination of these two is still, of all these right here, it's less than Dallas, but we'll just make it an even 2,000. Then let's lower this to 20%. You're still looking at $18,000 with $226,000 per year. And that's 25 new customers a month. Now, to be fair, could you handle that? If you don't think you can handle that, then definitely let me know. So this is just a little bit of an estimate of what we can do. I mean, even in a conservative situation, we go back to this 1320, 10%, it's still $6,000. What's your gross profit margin? Hopefully, it's at least 50%. And so if you spend $1,000 per month, then you get $6,000. Would you do that? You give me $1 and I give you $6. Are you willing to make that exchange? Or maybe it's more like 3 or 4 after you take away expenses. I personally, I would. I don't know how effective all the other marketing that you're doing is, but that's just my opinion. And again, these are conservative. I think that actually could be greater than this. Not only that, but you can work on your sales process. This could be 20%. We can work on the conversions of your website, and this number can go up pretty quickly. We can work on making more per customer. There's all sorts of different ways in which you can maximize this. Let's go back to this. Let's say like best case scenario though, maybe even higher than this, but I'm not going to go any higher than that. You're still looking at a lot of money. Could you handle 67 new customers a month? That's 3 per business day. Do you think you can handle that? Maybe. If you can't, let me know, definitely. Or would you just be like, I'll just grow? Because it's not going to happen overnight. It can happen pretty quickly, especially if you're aggressive. So I'm sure you're like, well, okay, how much is this going to cost me? Well, to be fair, I always want to have a win-win relationship. I don't take on a lot of clients, and frankly, I don't make the deals like this very much anymore because most people call me. But I just saw this, and I thought that, I like that you have a family business, and I feel like you should be dominating. You have a family business that's been around for over 100 years, and you have 4 people in your business all working on this family business. These are the kind of people I love to help. And I know that there's a lot of BS and there's a lot of stuff out there that just misinformation about SEO, and I suspect you might be getting calls or anything like that about this. And so I just wanted to share with you kind of how I could help you and at least give you the information to protect yourself against anything in the future, or even a little bit of things that you can do to help yourself going forward. Okay, like this Yellow Pages stuff. Just this stuff. If you're tracking this, I would be surprised if this generated maybe one sale. And since you put it up, I doubt it's even that. So it's been up there for a year and a half. Maybe it generated 1 sale. I bet you didn't. I bet you paid more than what you would pay for 1 sale for this. And I just hate to see this because there's tons of people out there selling stuff that technically it's activity, but it's not money in your pocket. And that's what ultimately why you're in business. Now you're in business to do good and have a good life, but at the same time, you're in business also hopefully to make a profit and to build your business and provide a nice life for your family. Okay, so again, how much would this cost? So there's a couple things. First of all, we got the one-time costs. This is to update your website right here, $1,550. And what this does is the structure of your site is not really built right. And then also, if I go to view source and I look at the title of your page, this is not a really good title. This is not helping you. Your meta description is really not. It really needs a lot of improvement. And so do your keywords. So I wouldn't. I don't even see anything about piano fire insurance or piano disaster insurance on your site. Maybe I missed it. So I don't know why that is something that is highlighted. Looks like you serve a lot of areas, so I feel like we could build even more. So, okay, so let's go back to here. So what this is both locations on page SEO and also site plan and structure. We're going to reorganize it and make everything more powerful. So all the other stuff that we're going to do down here in the recurring is going to be more powerful with this. This is where you get the most value, and this by itself is going to make a big difference. Now, by itself, big difference, I mean going from page 5 to page 2 for a lot of things, or maybe even page 2 to page 1. But not necessarily, this by itself is definitely not going to dominate for you. You need the other half of the puzzle, which is down here in the recurring. So, this fixes, I'm going to fix all your major on-page SEOs, and then SEO issues. And then I'm going to give you my general thoughts going forward on on-page SEO, because you can, I imagine that sometimes you make changes to it. I'm going to tell you give you a little bit of guidelines on this is what to do, this is what not to do. So that if you were to add something later that you want to do by yourself, you're going to do it right, so to where it actually has a chance of providing money in your pocket. Okay, Google authorship setup. This is right here. You can see my face right here. You can see Mike's face right here, or you can kind of see his face. This is really powerful stuff that ties your social media in to your website. Not only that, but if you look at how plain this page is, imagine a face something like here, or even here. Your eyes are going to be drawn to that. Our eyes are naturally drawn to faces. That's why we thought we saw a face on the moon. I mean, not on the, was it the moon or the Mars, or both? We think we see faces because our brain spends so much time and so much energy looking at faces, and so eyes are immediately drawn to it. So that's a really powerful thing. And what it does is also ties together all your social media accounts for Google, and it makes your other SEO more powerful. And this is going to be more and more important going forward. Here we go. We also have YouTube account set up and optimized. So YouTube is really, really good. It's really powerful. I can't even emphasize how powerful YouTube is, and it works really well with your website. Your website makes your YouTube channel more powerful, and your YouTube channel makes your website more powerful. So they work together. Okay. And so what I'll do is I'll create a channel if you don't already have one, because I noticed that this one is not on your YouTube channel. It's on the Yellow Pages YouTube channel. And really you want this on your own channel. It's a little bit more difficult to, hold on one second. Sorry, that was the wife with the kids. Got to answer when she calls. So, where was I? Anyway, so we got the, it's better to have it on our own channel because there's certain things that I do to the channel that makes it more powerful. And that's what this setup is. And I'll also create a video for you, help you create and put up a video. Now, this doesn't include every single possibility of creating a video, but there's several different quick and good ways to put up videos. Also, there's like on-page SEO for YouTube, more like a YouTube channel, to help all your videos rank. And if you decide to do the videos yourself, I'll also throw in give you my general thoughts going forward for on-page YouTube SEO. So that way you can set them up right and they have at least a good chance of ranking by itself. Now, you do kind of need the second piece of the puzzle. So there's two major pieces to SEO. There's on-page and there's off-page. So on-page is what's going on the thing you're trying to rank, and then off-page is basically the vast majority of it is called link building. And this is the different recurring packages. So there's quite a wide variety in here, and you can go with all sorts of different levels, but it just, depending on how aggressive you want to be, if you're like, look, we really would love to rank number 1 through 5 for something, and we think that would generate a ton of business. And I think I showed that it's totally possible to generate a ton of business, to more than pay for $4,400 a month. I mean, again, even if you are looking at 20%, $1,500, and let's lower this down to 35% and this to 15%, you're still looking at more than quadrupling your money, about 5 times your money. And I would think that that's still going to be very profitable for you. Okay, so let's see here. So what you get with this, let me explain the different things that are going on here. So there's 3 major pieces to this puzzle. The most important piece for everything, and these actually involve power link building, is power link building. And what this is when I showed you these links on your site, those are not really powerful links. What we have is we have really powerful, relevant links that make a huge difference in your rankings. And the way it used to be is you would send 1,000 links to somebody's site, and they'd be low quality links, and they wouldn't, but it would still help. Now you really need quality over quantity, and that's just how I run my whole business: quality over quantity. I'd rather have 1 really good customer than 2 mediocre customers or 3 bad customers easily at any day of the week. And I suspect that you guys would be, if you does seem like there's a business fit between us, I suspect that you guys would be actually a really good customer. So that's why I made this video. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made this video. So, search engine domination package, power link building level 10. Okay. And this is going to be very high quality links. It's not going to be a lot. It doesn't take a lot. There's a lot of stuff I do in the background to them. I can't tell you every little detail. It's not worth your time. It's not worth my time. And frankly, there's a little bit of trade secrets that a lot of people, since the last major update last year, just still haven't figured out. And so I don't want that being shared as much as I can prevent it from being shared. There's another important thing to notice, and that is that it's sort of an exponential nature. So you go 1, 2, 5, 10. Now I want to be clear, 1 is still really powerful, especially in the market that you're in. I still think that this level 1 is still going to help you rank. Now it's not going to dominate immediately for you like something like this, but this right here, this is just going to be this is 10 times more powerful, even though you're paying 4 times as much. And that's just the way it works. It's part of it is the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, but also you're just getting more. You're getting a lot more, and it's just hitting your site from a lot of different more angles, and it just all works together. Okay, here's your YouTube marketing. So I'm going to be doing, again, power link building, and there's other things that are specialized for YouTube marketing that rank really well. Again, you can see, we go back here, And you got a video right here. Video right here. It's one of the #1 ways. Looks like it's actually these aren't their videos. It's one of the #1 ways to get extra results. But also they rank faster, and it's just another asset that you build for your business. It's separate from your website. That's just as powerful as your website if you do it right. Okay. Okay. So, and here's where you get social and citation domination. I call it level 7, and then we have level 2. So it might seem like I pulled those numbers out, but it's more, I'm trying to explain a little bit of the level of domination. But this one, you're getting some pretty good domination. Now, you can't necessarily expect not 9 out of the top 10 results with the number 2. With the level 7, kind of the way I would think of it is 2 would be you'd get ideally you get the top 2 to 3 results, and level 7 would be more like 5 to 7 type of results, where you get the top 5. You'd be most of the top 5 or 7. So we're looking at Dallas pianos, you'd be the top 5 to 7ish. Okay, and that's gonna be something that's possible. So it really depends on how aggressive you want to be, and maybe I'm hoping that I'm not way off for this. I doubt that if you were to average all your services together, that it would be much lower. But unless I'm way off on this, I still think that either one of these could really make a lot of sense for you and make a lot of money for you guys, give you a lot more business. Okay, so now we have the aggressive, which we're getting down to just the power link building YouTube marketing. There's no social citation domination, but technically, YouTube is also domination, so you can still have the #1 and the #2 rankings. But again, it's substantially less. Now, I want to point out that this right here is still more powerful than, if you're talking to other people for SEO, this is still more powerful than what everyone else does. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm just saying that because I've been around for a long time, and I know what's good and I know what's bad. I know I've been in the position several years ago where I thought I knew what was good, and then my eyes were opened by one of the best people in the world at SEO. He's actually an SEO mentor, one of my SEO mentors, and he crushes markets on that people are spending millions of dollars on with the stuff that I do. And so I know that this is power level 1. It's like going from a Hyundai to a Lexus. The lowest level Lexus is still way better than a pretty good Hyundai. And even then, I don't think that analogy. It's more like a Hyundai to a Lamborghini. And the lowest level Lamborghini is way better than the highest level Hyundai. That's just the way it works. And so I don't want you to think that, oh, level 1, that's not going to work. It's going to still work. You're going to still notice results. It's just not going to be as fast, and it's just not going to be as dominating. So I think I've talked for long enough. I definitely have talked for long enough. So if you have any questions, feel free to give me a call at 469-438-8153, or you can email me at david@dallasseogeek.com. Again, my name is David Hood, and I really think I can help you guys. And if you think that if you'd be open to discussing some options to growing your business, then feel free to give me a call or shoot me an email. Thanks for watching. Have a great day. Bye. Hi, this video is going to be about how I fulfill services. But real quick, I want to mention something about the McBrayer OPA that I sent in the other video that I gave to Mike. That is the way I did that. Is not normally how I would approach someone. I normally wouldn't give pricing, but I wanted to give it as if they called me. I'm including a video into the folder. I just put it in there for Mike to upload. That is something that would be more like what I would send someone if I didn't. I don't think I put a proposal in there, and it's a lot shorter. It's 10 minutes long, and it's more like, if this sounds interesting to you, then give me a call. Because usually, at the point what I would do pricing, normally I would stop and try to get more information, because I might not be on the right track. I might have them interested, but I might not be on the right track, and I would want to feel them out a little more. Really, the goal of the DVD that I'd be sending would be to get them to call me, and that would, if they call me, it's a win. I mean, I consider that to be a big, big, big win. They're very interested, and they got their attention. So I just want to start this video off just by clarifying that. Okay, so here's generally how I would create the plan. So let's say I've got the McBrayer client. I ended up getting them. This is approximately what I would do. First and foremost, I have a folder in OneNote where the most important thing at the top is always the action timeline. What are the actions that you need to do to make it so that you get results for these people? And these are little check boxes that I put there. I can just press Control 1 and I can toggle through checking it, unchecking it, creating it, and uncreating it, or whatever. So this is the most important thing for me, because it's like, okay, what do I need to do? And I just, when I'm ready to work on them, I just go check, 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 and I just go through it one at a time. And it really helps streamline your work, the working on it. You can get a lot more done when you do this. Not only that, but I have details for this going back to December or whatever, however far back it goes for my current clients, so I can see exactly what I've done and I can look at it. Especially when I do some activities, I wait a few weeks, I come back and I look at the rankings, like, wow, they went way up. What did I do? And then I can copy that process and give it to other people. So here's a little bit of a generic timeline, because each one is a little different. And then I have some other tabs in here that I'm going to go over that I've created, just some general thoughts. And each one, some clients have a lot more tabs because there's just a lot more going on, and there's a lot of little things. But I have all the notes in one place. I have all the activities, and I can even link to things if I want to. So right here, when I get the client, let's say they call me up and they sign up, I'm going to do a little bit more keyword research. I'm going to ask them more questions about the services they provide. I'm going to look more deeply into the competition, what I think I can rank them for easily, what should we target, how should we structure things. This is going to be really important for setting up their site right. And I'm going to add these keywords to Microsite Masters. I like Microsite Masters. I like that it checks it every day. At first, I used to think that was redundant and really didn't, every week was fine. I was using advanced web ranking. And you can go ahead and use that if you want to save some money, because you can set it to check once a week, and then you can check more keywords overall. But I liked, as soon as I saw when Penguin 2.1 hit, it was October 4th, you can see, boom, on the ones that dropped, it was just like, boom, exactly on October 4th. That was really useful information, and I like knowing the exact date. And so I use Microsite Masters, even though it's a little bit more expensive. It doesn't really work with videos either, but I like using it. So the next thing I would do is the on-page SEO, and this would be like, like site structure, on-page SEO basics, like titles, keywords, tags, H1, header, stuff like that. And then the site structure is really one of the most important pieces. Make sure all the pieces fit, and you kind of have to do your keyword research before you do that. And this is going to be a lot of work, because this might be like back and forth between the client. So you come up with some research, or they give you some information on what kind of services they want and they like, and especially ones that are worth a lot to them. Now you've signed up with you, they're going to be completely open with you, because at this point, they want to be completely open with you. So they're going to tell you everything about what makes them the most money. So you want to go back and do their keyword research more and really find a lot of those. I like to find the uncompetitive ones that have low competition, that I can rank them for quickly. I think that's better than going after the biggest one, like Dallas piano movers. That's still a goal, and that's still something that we're going to target. But I like to go after the lower level ones first, because I think it's going to give them a faster ROI and get their phone ringing. And it also helps the bigger ones as well. But anyway, you got to do this keyword research, because otherwise you won't really know what the proper structure of the website is. Okay, here's the social media setup. Definitely would try to create a bunch of accounts for them for social media, as many as I can, and even if they're not going to use them, just because what I'm going to want to do is, you can see right here, I spam the social media accounts, and Greg talks about this, and it works really well. It's really powerful to be able to do that. By itself, it's probably not going to rank it really well, but it's going to help. And then prep for domination. I don't know if this should be more, but maybe it should be more like a setup for domination. In Project X, there's a whole series on exactly how to do that. I haven't personally done this a lot, so I'm not the best person. But I sold it in the video, and so it just I would have to go through that training again. I went through it, maybe look over my notes, and then start up the GSA. I need to pick that up and start using that. So, and then I would start the PBN linking right away. As soon as I got this on page ready and did the initial steps for the social media, I would start PBN linking to their sites. And that's going to be huge. And I don't really link a whole lot, but when you put it together with all the other pieces of the puzzle, it's still really powerful, especially if they have their site structure set up right. This is really important. This again goes back to the keyword research. Why that's really important. If you don't do the keyword research right, then your on-page SEO structure isn't going to be done very well, and this is just so powerful when you set it up right. When you set up the silos right for people, it just makes it so much easier to rank things. And sometimes when I've looked at clients where they just aren't ranking quite as well as I thought, it seems like there's a couple of major things. One of the biggest things is often like we didn't change the structure of their site. Like I'm looking at a client that's 7 months old, and I've done stuff on them that ranked other people really, really well, And I look at kind of how his site's set up, and I'm thinking that really the only difference between his site and everyone else's is that his site isn't siloed very well. It kind of is a little bit to where when I first started with him, I didn't understand how. I did understand how important it was, but I didn't. Maybe it wasn't as important, or maybe I really didn't understand how important it was. But now you just can't. There's just a big hump that it's a lot harder to get over the big hump of going from low first page, high second page to number 1 if you don't have your site siloed properly. So anyway, so I'm going to do the PBNs, and I'm going to try to target the ones that I can rank and fast forward and get a quick return on my money. And then, maybe video creation and upload. I don't know. It depends on how things go with that. And I'm going to do the video SEO right away. And then I'm going to start, once the social media accounts are set up, give some time for that. Maybe this might go into early April. I'm going to start spamming the social media accounts. I have a GSA there, but I might just use a different spam. I don't know. Again, they haven't actually signed up. And then I'm going to have some notes for it, but I'm not going to put checkboxes for the next month. And sometimes I'll just have next month, so that when it comes around to the next month, sometimes I still keep some of them on it. And sometimes I have next month, and some of the 5 out of the 10 things on the next month, I just push to the next month as well, like next month. So it depends. It depends on how long this list gets. So this is the most important piece of the puzzle, and this is where everything starts from. Everything that I do is going to be based from my action timeline. And if you see all my clients, you can see a lot of checkboxes. It makes you feel good to check something. Also, it helps you document for yourself, for you to know what you did, so you can make sure that you've done the things that need to be done, or if you need to play some catch up, or if you're ahead of the game, or if something works really well or something doesn't work really well, you have documentation of what did and didn't happen, so that you can know. It helps you become a lot better at SEO. Let's just put it that way, because it helps you understand what really works. It's the understanding that you can't really get by someone teaching you. It's something that you have to get in there and dig in and do it yourself. I do have an overall plan, and I've stopped doing this as much because I kind of incorporate this into my action timeline. But if it's useful to you, I might create one. So, and this overall plan is going to be highly dependent on what they answer. So I really haven't filled it out a whole lot. But this is just something that a lot of times, if I really feel like I need to do, if it's a bigger project, I'm more likely to do this. If it's a smaller project, I probably just have some generic action timeline stuff that I'll just put on there, and it'll be fine. And it'll kind of just look at it, and I can tell what my plan is already. And then I'll have something for social media accounts, and just so you can go in here and access it easily with your usernames and passwords or anything that you did to them. I'd probably put, like, what you can do is you can do like social media spam. So you can have a detail in there. So it's kind of like a subset of social media accounts. Videos, if you create a video, what I would do is I would do like video 1, and then youtube.com/blah blah blah, whatever the URL is, and then I'll do like campaign 1, 3, 17, 14, and then A, B, C. I'll do check. Alright, so I know that I did it, and I'll probably check this one off as well. Okay, and that's generally how I would do the videos, and then maybe additional notes that I have there. Maybe also, let's say I uploaded it today as well, or let's say I uploaded on the 15th. That's when I'll give the date, so just for my reference. Okay, and here's something else I put in here that's nice. Anytime you talk to a potential client, you're gonna want to take notes, take detailed notes. And so like, let's say they called me, so I sent out the DVD today. It just went out in the mail. I saw it 3/17. Let's say they called me on the 20th. Okay, I'm gonna want to bust this open and start taking notes and on everything that they tell me. Put them on speaker and really just try to figure it out. Because the more information I can get from them, the better I'm going to be able to serve them, the better I'm going to be able to sell to them, and just the better I'm going to be able to get them to stick around. And the more value I'm going to be able to provide. Because if you don't understand their business, you're not going to understand where they get the most money from. Because they're not going to always know how to get the most money out of you. It's up to you to understand their business. It's not up to them to understand our business. Well, it helps, and they're going to want to understand our business a little bit. They don't. It's not a requirement. Okay. So this is generally how I would fulfill. I mean, you know, it's Project X, you have all the details on how to do SEO, but I think one of the major pieces of the puzzle that a lot of people don't do, and that I didn't do for a long time, was staying organized and having a generic plan. And OneNote is just, I just can't emphasize how powerful OneNote is. I've just it just, I can, let's just put it this way. I can probably serve 3 to 5 times the amount of clients with the same amount of time with OneNote. And not only that, but it's made me much better at SEO, much faster, because, again, I did something on this one guy's video, and I can access it really easy. Not only that, but I can go in there and I can copy his process, exactly what I did, because I have it detailed, copy it to the new video that I want to write, and paste it there, and then do that same thing to just check it off. It's to just save so much time and energy by putting it in OneNote. So, you know, there's a lot of different ways. You don't have to use OneNote my way, but I highly, highly recommend OneNote. So, thanks for watching, and let me know if you have any questions. Have a great day. Bye. Hi, this video is about sending out the DVD that I made for the McBriars in the previous call with Mike, and it's really not that hard, and it doesn't take that long once you've made the video. So, of the supplies that I need, really you just need, if you can see here, see if I can put this so you can see it. So I've got a sticky pad, I've got a little sleeve for the DVD, and then this is a, I think it's 8.5, it's 7.25 by 11. And this is really good. Really, actually, I have some smaller ones that I could use, and I might pull that out, but I like this one. It's got a little bit of bubble in it. And I think it only requires 1 stamp, because I've sent these before. And this is all you really need. Sometimes I print out a sales letter, and this one I'm not. I'm going to do it real simply. Really, I just want them to watch the video, and I don't want them to read the sales letter and then not watch the video. So as long as they can pop the video in, that's where I consider it to be winning. And then over here, I've got some blank DVDs. Let's see, let me pull them out. I don't have a whole lot left. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and pop it in. Actually, I'm going to pull out a second one because they have 2 locations, so I'm going to send, since I made the video, that's what takes the most time. I'll probably send a DVD to both places. At least make it. Alright, let's see here. So it should, Windows should pop something up. There we go. Burning files to disk. We want this one, and I'm just going to name it McBriar. I'll make sure I spelled that right, because I think my initial instinct was, hold on one second. Okay, I did spell it right. McBriar OPA. Alright. So, hold on, let me get the file. There we go, I've gone ahead and pasted the file, and we're just going to burn to disk. And, next. So it takes a second, I'm going to pause it while it's doing this. Actually, while it's doing this, there's a couple things I can do. So, on the sticky note, I'm going to go ahead and write video all about, what is the name of the awardpiano.com or something? Awardpiano.com. I think that's what it is. McBriar's. Let's just go ahead and put McBriar's award. Now, I probably should have done this in pen, but whatever. It stands out in this. So, I've got, I don't know if you can see this, just a little sticky note. I'm going to put that right on the disc, and so it goes right inside here. I think I might put a second sticky note with the, I did upload it to YouTube. Let me grab that URL real quick. Okay, so the DVD's done. Let's just double check it. Always good to double check it so you don't spend the time and energy with the DVD that didn't burn properly. Let's see, here we go. It looks like it's loading something, so maybe reading the disc.
Hi, Danny, and the other McBriars. My name is.
There we go. Seems to have worked fine. So, actually, what I can do is I have the sticky note. I'm going to write the YouTube short URL on the disk. So this URL right here, I'm going to write. I'm going to write. Let's see. I'm going to write. alternative private video link. Cool. And I'm going to write, I'm going to do YouTube/0. I think that's a 0. Yeah, that's a 0. -S W. Oh crap! I'm running out of space. P. Oh shoot. Okay. This is looking really bad. I'm actually just gonna reburn it and give myself more space. I know it seems like a waste, but DVDs are cheap. I'm making a first impression. You only get one chance. Okay, so burn that again. It's probably still on there, so it's not a big deal. Again, you want to do it right the first time. Okay, so let's wait for that to pop open. Let's see. Hopefully it's still in there. I gotta copy it again. Hold on one sec. Okay, we're gonna burn. I just need to give myself more time next time. Okay, let's go ahead and go to Award Piano. Let's see, About Us. Looks like they put the, yeah, I suspect that since their phone number they first list is 817, I know that's Fort Worth, and they have 2 locations, one in Fort Worth. And then it looks like the Fort Worth. So I suspect that their locations. We do Briar Piano. Go to Maps. Yeah. This is probably the best location. I bet this is where they work. Okay, well, we need some more details. What's the address? So we just want to send it right there. Come on. Hate the new Google Maps. It's really annoying. Okay, let's double check the DVD, make sure it worked. Why is it not giving? Maybe if I go to contact. No. See, it says Fort Worth.
Hi, Danny.
Okay, so that worked fine. Well, but we gotta be able to get an address. I'm surprised I can't find the address. It's showing a location, but it's not giving me an address. Let's see, because we gotta be able to mail it to a location. Let's do this. Here's another thing we can do. Take this phone number and put it into Google Maps. Where's the word piano? Okay. If you're open. This is frustrating. There we go. McBriar piano moving. 817. Well, they might have multiple phone numbers. Let's go back to Monta and put in their phone number. doesn't look like it likes the format of that. Let's see if I put a dash in there. Okay. Alan McBriar, owner. This might not be the right one. Is there multiple McBriar? Oh, here we go. That's weird. There's multiple McBriars. What is this? AwardPiano.com. Okay, so this is the right one. And Danny McBriar. Okay. Let's see. Okay, this is the address I'm going to put on here. So, okay. Now I'm going to write on the DVD, I'm going to write alternate viewing option. And I'm going to make sure that I give myself a lot of space to write this YouTube URL because it's going to be hard with all those characters. In fact, what I might do is do this from here. I might do that from here over on a separate line. It'll look better if I can get it into one line, so I'm going to try that. So I'm going to do, just got to write carefully. I have horrible handwriting. Slash. I'm going to put actually private. 0. When I do a 0, I'm going to put a slash through it, so that, and then make sure my lowercase is really small, my uppercase is really big for P O. Oh, God, I ran out of space again. K. I'm just going to put on a second line. O Y S. Okay, it's the best I can do. It doesn't have to be perfect. Again, the most important thing is just to get them to watch this thing. And if they watch it, then I'm 80% the way there. They just start it up because it's going to be so interesting to them. They're not going to be able to put it down. And even if a gatekeeper gets this, they're going to watch the whole thing because it's going to be really interesting to them, and then they're definitely going to pass it on. So that's one of the great things about this is a gatekeeper gets it. I feel like there's a really good chance that they're going to pass it on. Okay, so we're going to go here, and we've got their address. I think this is the best address we're going to find. We're going to do, I think I'm going to address it to Danny. The problem with, there's two ways to do this. I could just address McGuire Piano, and someone will open it, probably the gatekeeper. If I address it to Danny, then I think the gatekeeper will probably still open it. And it's kind of a little bit of a bad thing, because if the gatekeeper opens it, then they thought, you're trying to skirt past the gatekeeper. But also, she might just give it to Danny and have him open it. They don't every day receive something like this, so this is definitely going to be something that they're going to open. And that's another good thing about this. Is they're definitely going to open it, and there's not a lot of information on this, so it's going to be hard for them not to at least pop it in and watch it, and at least maybe give the YouTube video a chance. So hold on, let me think about this for a second. Do I want to do? I don't remember how I did it. I think my instinct is to go ahead and do Danny, but that could backfire a little bit. If I do McBriar's, it's going to look a little bit, it's not quite as good, but there's pluses and minuses either way. And I'm just going to, since that's the way it is, I'm just going to make a decision and move forward. I'm just going to do Danny. Danny McBriar. And we got, what's the address? 5735 East Lancaster Avenue, Fort Worth, Texas. Please don't call this guy here. Please don't send him more mail, especially like this. There's tons of business out there. Okay, so now we got it on there, and actually I've got a stamp. Hold on one second. Got a stamp with my business address on it. Makes this real easy. And I also like to have, it doesn't cost any more. I like to have colorful stamps. Just something that makes the eye draw. And let's see, these people seem like they like, sort of like the country a little bit, so I'm going to try to put something that has a little bit of outdoorsy feel to it. Okay. And, you know, hold on 1 second. Now, I did want to show you real quick, an alternative one that I have. So this is one that I've sent them in before, where the DVD just barely fits snugly. And DVDs are really durable, so you can go inexpensive. I don't know how big this is, but you can maybe see kind of a comparison of sizes. It's definitely smaller. It's probably like 5x7 or something like that. Just my guess. Well, here we can tell it's a little bit. It's probably more like 5x8 because it's longer than this is wide. So you know, it just lowers the expenses, and maybe I have to put a second stamp on this. I think I'm going to go ahead and put a second stamp on it just to make sure that I don't have to do it again. I'm pretty sure it really only requires one stamp, but you know, let's just have some fun. I don't want to have to do it again. I don't do this that often. It's not like I'm going to run out of stamps anytime soon. All right, and then I just pull it open, and it's ready to send. You know, I know it took 15 or 16 minutes, but once you get this down, you can make. Before, when I was doing this a lot, I could make a video, burn it to DVD, put it in here, write everything on it, and do all that in like 30 minutes. And I think that, you know, my videos are a little bit longer, so maybe it'd be more like 40 minutes. So, you know, in 4 hours, let's see, 40. You could do, let's see, about 40. 4 hours is 240 divided by 4. You can do 6 videos in 4 hours. I would say. Does that sound about right? Something like that. Because you got 4. Each one's 40 times 6. That's 240 minutes, which is 4 hours, right? 240. I'm mathematically stupid today. Divided by 6. Yeah, 4 hours. So 6 videos, and I guarantee you, if you send out 6 of these videos to different people, you're gonna at least a couple of them are gonna call you. And at a minimum, it makes when you call them up. You know, I'm gonna follow up with these guys in about a week. I'm gonna set a reminder, and if they don't call me, I'm gonna call them. And it's going to make it it's much more of a warm call. It's like, hey, I sent a DVD to you guys. Did you guys get it? And then they're going, oh, yeah. And maybe they just weren't, you know, they're busy, or at a minimum, it's going to kind of break the ice initially. And they'll get to know who I am because they'll probably have watched the DVD. And if they hadn't had a chance, you know, it just is an opening to the conversation immediately. You know, it's a lot less stress. So, hello, Dr. Nelson, Roberts, and Nickel. My name is David Hood, and I'm helping business owners near me do more cost-effective marketing through online strategies. Now, you may be getting a lot of cold calls from other online marketers, but I want to show you how I'm different by at least giving you a little bit of value in this video and show you things that most people won't show you, even if you never call me back. And really, why should you believe me? And I have a couple of things that are just obviously provable that show that I know what I'm talking about. So if you search Dallas SEO Expert in Google, I'm #1. Dallas Local SEO. This is my video as well. You can see uploaded by David Hood. These have been #1 since for a very long time, and so, you know, if Google says I'm an SEO expert, you know, SEO is search engine optimization. It's what you do to get yourself ranked in here. And what I found when I took a look at your site was that that it looked like you have been ranking in the past, and that recently you are no longer ranking organically. And I'm the one that can help you get back there. So how did I find you? First of all, what I did was I searched up Dentist Frisco. And then I looked up, and I look at whoever's bidding for the pay-per-click, because I know that when push comes to shove long term, if you get someone who knows what they're doing and does it safely, but also powerfully, you can rank a lot better. It's a lot less expensive to rank organically than pay-per-click. And also, if you do both, they work together. You know, you'll get more clicks if you also have the pay-per-click ads right here. It's sort of like a marketing branding thing. So let me go to some of the numbers real quick. So first of all, let's go back to organic. Okay. I'm sorry, overview. So it shows you right there, like the trend of the traffic to your site. So this, you know, this isn't 100% accurate, and it's delayed. But, you know, put your domain in there, and it looks like around May you probably got hit by Penguin 2, and then you probably got totally crushed by Penguin 2.1. And that's why after that I suspect that you're not ranking at all. And I can see a little bit of why that is. If I go to, this is a tool that shows me like the links back to your site. Right here it's called Ahrefs. It does look like your links are over optimized, but it doesn't look absolutely horrible. Like some people, when I can see this, they have tens of thousands of links, and it's almost impossible to recover from that with traditional methods. It is possible, but it's a lot of work, and a lot of times it's just cheaper to start a new site. But this is, depending on exactly the details of what is done, this doesn't mean your site can't ever rank again. I'd have to look into it a lot more detail, spend a lot more time, and maybe even if you had some like link reports from people who were doing SEO for you before, what would they, what exactly are the details here? And once I dug into it, I'd be able to tell you whether or not you needed a new domain or not. Part of why I hesitate to do a new domain is you already have what's called an age domain. You registered it October 26, 2005. That's a pretty old domain in terms of internet speak. I mean, the oldest domain I've ever seen was, I think, 1992 or something like that. So your domain being 8 years old, that's really old. And if you had a brand new domain, that's a lot harder to rank. And Google just doesn't trust new domains very much. And that's become a major part of the algorithm, trust. So that's an important piece of the puzzle. But again, if you're open to discussing more about this, then I could look deeper into these details and tell you exactly what I think you should do. Let's see. Okay, so let's look at your page real quick. There's nothing really wrong with your page. It's not a, I wouldn't say, I'm not a web design expert. I'm an SEO specialist, and to me, it looks just fine. As a dentist, I don't expect my dentist to have the best website in the world or a fancy website. Personally, I would take off this whole section right here, or at least I would take off these sliders. They've been shown that sliders don't really do a whole lot. They're kind of a fad that people are realizing is not as valuable as people originally thought. And then you take this and maybe move it down to there. And you want people to start reading your content and not just staring at these pictures if they stare at the pictures. I might also put like a little call to action up here, like call the McKinney office. Something that studies have shown that when you tell people what to do, they're just more likely to do it. Here we go. Contact us online. That's good. That's a good call to action. That's. I'm going to talk about that a little bit more in a second. I did notice you have a Facebook page. I don't see any other social media. Social media is an important piece of SEO, but it's not what you think it is, and so it's complicated. But you kind of want to have your basics covered with SEO, with social media, so that that really helps your SEO. So putting together the right pieces, you don't have to spend a ton of time on it, but putting together the right pieces goes a long way. Okay, so another thing, I didn't notice your local listing ranking, and by that I mean this right here, your Google Plus page for your business. I just looked. This is your Frisco one. I'm sure you have another. You have another one. It doesn't show me the manage this page, so it does look like you probably have claimed it. They change this stuff like every other month. They change how they do this, so. Each time I go do it for someone, I have to look it up just to make sure that I'm doing it right, because again, I change it all the time. But if you haven't claimed this, go in here, log into your account, and make sure to claim this so that you can set this up properly. Because you want to put, it does look like you have dental, dentists, anything you want to rank for. You kind of want to put, you don't want to over-optimize by smashing a bunch of keywords in here, but you want to put a little bit in there. You want to make sure you're in the right category as well. Okay, so, but here's the bad part. You've got a bad review, and also when I search, hold on a second. When I search Nelson and Associates Frisco TX, the results are not good. This is your 1-star review. You've got 4 reviews that give you a rating of 2. That definitely needs some work, and I can help with that. There's a lot of tips that I have, a lot of tricks, and just like flat out, not in any sort of, I don't put fake reviews up, but I can get the maximum amount of positive reviews posted that you can capture, and that will go a long way. Yelp, I can do Yelp and Google Plus. Those are not bad. Yelp is a little harder to do, but over time it's still get it done. Google Plus is a lot easier right now. Yelp filters out a lot of the reviews, so it's hard to get them on there, even if it's a legitimate review. But that's something that still can be worked on. and I think should be. I would hope you'd want to work on that. Okay, so reputation management I think is important for you going forward, especially if you're doing like, let's say, any direct mail marketing or any other marketing where someone's going to search up Nelson Associates Frisco. 1 star, 2 stars, no thanks. So it could make that other marketing be more powerful. And it can also make people come back if you, within your office, you market it as being, 5-star on Google+. People, they go there the first time, they see that, they didn't know that. Maybe they didn't find you that way. I like, everyone else seems to like them. I should like them too. That's kind of how our brains think. So my overall conclusion is that I kind of have mixed feelings about your previous SEO and what exactly path you should take. I mean, it does look like you have 2 offices, so McKinney and Frisco, so you have 2 different locations. You might want to go after both. You might want to go after one or the other if one needs more business. But long term, you kind of want to go after both, I imagine. And maybe you have another location. For some reason, it shows your ads. It shows some weird ads like El Paso. I'm not really sure why. Tulsa, even Montgomery, Alabama. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. Maybe there's something else that I don't know. That obviously, because I haven't talked to you. Okay, so just a couple of parting tips, and I've mentioned these a little bit. So social media marketing, it's inexpensive and easy, but it can be time consuming. You just don't want to make it time consuming, but it's not directly monetizable. So it's not really like, all right, let's just do a bunch of social media and you're gonna make a bunch of money. That's not really how my experience with it. Again, I'm not a social media expert. I know how it affects your organic rankings, and it is important and it can help. But it needs to be done right, and you don't want to just focus on it exclusively. If you don't have an autoresponder on this email form, you're not taking these emails and then automatically sending them emails at a certain schedule, then you're leaving money on the table if you're getting any people contacting you at all. Especially if you're doing pay-per-click here, it just makes every click more valuable. I highly, highly, highly recommend that. I've already talked about claiming your Google+. So. Really, that's all I have right now. I mean, I could look into this. I could spend forever looking into it, but really, I want to know if you're open to discussing potentially working together on growing your business through organic search engine optimization. I'm definitely someone that can help you with that. Again, you could search me up, Dallas SEO Expert. There I am. There's my face. Hi. And also, you go here, watch my video if you wanted. There's other things I could show you, but I think that's enough. So, thanks for watching. If you want to contact me, you can call me at 469-438-8153. Again, that's 469-438-8153. Or you can email me at david@dallasseogeek.com. So you got dallasseogeek.com, david@dallasseogeek.com. Thanks for watching. Have a great day. Bye. Hi, this video is about reporting and how I do it and how simple it is, especially with Microsite Masters. When you go to your, there's projects, and then within the project you click on the website and just do a CVS export. Most reporting software should do a CSV export. Okay, this is really easy to do. Now when I right click, I don't know what is this? Unhide? Oh, I was looking at like 3-month changes. What I'll do is insert, right click to insert, and I'll go ahead and put, usually it seems to take the formatting from the cell over there. What you notice how I did that, I did it really heavily with quick keys. It makes me way faster. And what I'll do is I'll show you how to do what I'll do without quick keys, and then with quick keys. Today's 321. And you just are so much faster with quick keys. So it's really simple, although it looks complicated. It goes VLOOKUP. Okay, it's a really useful feature, and because sometimes for some clients I got 150 keywords. You don't want to have to do that manually. You select the cell you want to look up. You hit comma. Now you go over here and you select the column. The first column needs to be the column that they're looking up, and then the final column needs to be the column that you want to. This is your key, and this is your result. Okay, and so I do the. It's going to look at the first column, and then I do comma 4. So I'm telling it to the 4th column, and then false. Don't ask me why, but you should do false. Now, if you did, sometimes you go from here to here. It would still be. It would still be the. Let's say we want to do Yahoo, and let's say this is where our key was. Or here, let's do this. Let's do a little bit more specific. Okay, this would still, the number would still be comma 4 here. It's not the number column that it is relative to the whole sheet. It's the number column relative to the first one that you select. And so even now, probably the formula has changed. You can see it's C to F, comma 4. Okay, All right, so that's done. And now I can just hold Shift, or actually I don't have to hold Shift. I think you just double click, and it'll automatically pull them down. Now we don't want to leave. Why is it so low? We don't want to leave this formula in here because it'll mess things up and it'll start giving you like weird, just weird messages that don't have to happen. And so what you want to do is you want to do first. I'm going to do it. So you want to copy and you want to paste special. I don't know, paste values. Let's just paste values. Okay, so now it's just a raw number. There's a faster way to do it. So these are back. Press Control Shift or Control space bar and it selects the column. Press Control C and then you press Alt E, S. You wait till that pops up. V, Enter. Okay, and here you can see how fast I can do that now. So let's go here. Okay. It's just much faster than using the mouse. I don't know about Macs or anything. I'm on a PC. I imagine it's not as efficient. Okay, so and then I just save it, and now you've got like your own record of what's happened. Actually, what I do is I'll sort. You can click on these. This is an auto filter. In order to set that up, I press Alt D, F. Again, I don't know how to do this on a Mac, and I can set it real easily, but it should probably be under Data. There's like an auto filter. I don't know if that's the auto filter or not. And what it'll do is it'll select the whole thing, and that just gives you a bunch of neat and fast options. So it's sorted by that, and so because I want them to see the highest ones first. All right, and that's pretty much it. And I can provide this spreadsheet to you, so you can see kind of how I have it laid out, and then you can just see you can hold yourself accountable for your results, and it's a lot easier than for this one. If I wanted to see Austin SEO expert, you can only see this really like one at a time. And it becomes hard to show like a long-term trend for more than one, for multiple keywords. And so that's why I do it this way. I love Excel. Excel is an awesome program. And you can kind of see, but that's just one keyword. But with this, let's expand this out a little bit. So one thing that I did a link building campaign earlier, sort of like right around this time, for SEO services, and you can kind of see the results, right? And right here again, SEO services. So this is pretty useful stuff. I love Excel. Thanks for watching. Have a great day. Bye.